Good morning. We're starting. Esteemed colleagues, please take your seats.
Доброе утро.
Good morning, colleagues. We are starting the conference opening, the ceremony of the opening of the International Conference Remote Health Care, New Challenges and Development Opportunities. It's the fourth international conference hosted here in the city of Tomsk, in the hospitable land of Tomsk. Our first speaker will consult you on the safety regulations. Kurban. The first speaker will now...
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would like to remind you that safety is the priority issue for all of us, so please be very attentive to what I tell you right now. Our hall where we are located right now is equipped with the alarm system. At present, there are no educational alarms or trials, so if you hear any alarm signal, please stay calm and leave the room through two entrances on the right and on the left. Please hold the handrails and be very careful. So wish you a very fruitful work during these 2 days. Be safe. Dear colleagues, the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference will be led by Andrei Karpov, Vice President of the Association of the Institute of Remote Healthcare, Doctor of Medical Sciences, honored Doctor of the Russian Federation, and Professor. Andrei, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues, dear friends. We are very happy to welcome you at our 4th International Conference, Remote Healthcare. So thanks to everyone present offline that you found time in your tough schedules to come here, and to our online participants. And I hope that there will be no technical problems. We are extremely happy that today we have all of you present here, and we hope that the agenda of the conference will be very useful and interesting to every one of you. Traditionally, we will begin with the welcoming speech to all the participants of our conference. This is already a tradition. We always traditionally meet in Tomsk, so the first welcoming word is given to the governor of Tomsk region, Vladimir Mazur.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm excited to welcome you here in the hospitable land of Tomsk. In this early hour and with the scope of the participants of our conference, I'm excited to see over 800 people here. We need to happily admit that this is a burning issue, and the topic is very relevant. The relevance is growing, so I would like to thank the organizers. And no jokes aside, today, healthcare, remote and in general, is something that our president pays great attention to. And Tomsk region is not on the sidelines of the best efforts. We are using the best practices in the industry, the high-tech technologies, high technologies, and we are developing our research and educational centers. Representatives of the high-end centers are here, and you will get a chance to talk, and I hope it will be a fruitful exchange. For Tomsk region, this topic is extremely relevant due to its sizes and the presence of some very remote regions. Sometimes it's quite important to know what the communication techniques with the remote regions are. How can we use the existing healthcare system to provide medical care and other aspects? And it's quite important that we all are working towards the common goal, which is the high-quality healthcare, the care provided to our people who are located in the territories that are not easy to access. And the goal is not to lose track of such regions, but to involve them into this development. For example, Tomsk region is unique in its nature. The Arctic is unique in its nature. The East, the Eastern, Far Eastern territories, all of those regions, they all contain people who live there, and they need help and need medical care. So with the existing types of health care, we need to integrate all of those processes, starting with the pharmacy availability, pharmaceuticals availability. Preventive medicine is another important track. We need to start early on to prevent possible diseases. So how do we do that, and how do we achieve that goal is something that I suggest that we discuss here. Increasing the length of life, the questions of demographics and other things are among the topics that I suggest that we discuss. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be at all the panel discussions and all the sections, but I will later on receive your suggestions. If there will be some help needed, we will definitely go through with your suggestions. The Tomsk region is in the center of our country. If you consider from Moscow to Vladivostok, we're in the heart of Russia, in the heart of Siberia. And I already mentioned that our region has a high level of education and research. 145 years old is an anniversary of our Tomsk State University. Tomsk Medical University also celebrates its anniversary this year. We have a lot of license with colleagues abroad. Of course, we would like the healthcare not to be touched upon with the sanctions, because it's something that is globally important. But unfortunately, our friends from the West not always understand that. Hopefully, the history will put the things in order, and the God will put the things in order in that respect. But we need to focus on our the quality of our education and healthcare at this point. So I'm asking you to really, and I'm hoping that you will receive a good exchange of opinions here, and we will support the resolution of this conference once you're ready to come up with that. Again, unfortunately, I won't be for everything, but good luck, fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir.
The next meeting will be, the next speech will be from the Council of the Russian Federation. Let me read it out loud. Dear friends, we're extremely happy with this opportunity to address this welcoming speech to the participants of the International Conference, Remote Healthcare, New Challenges and Perspective. The change of the Russian economy and politics and its sustainability is impossible without the increase of its human capital. The safety of personnel and people is the major priority of companies, institutes, and governmental authorities. In this respect, it is very important to develop the system of remote healthcare to ensure that the best practices are in place and exchange of opinions and experiences are welcomed. We are sure that the issues that you plan to discuss during this conference will promote further development of remote healthcare. We wish you successful work, professional success, and all the best in your careers. The Council of the Federation, signed by the Senate, Olga Epifanova. The next welcoming speech will be as the video conference mode from the Deputy Minister of Healthcare of the Russian Federation, from Andrei Plnitsky. Dear participants of the conference, on behalf of the Ministry of the Healthcare of the Russian Federation and from me personally, I would like to welcome the organizers and participants of the 4th International Conference, Remote Healthcare, New Challenges and Development Opportunities. The event is organized by the Association of the Institute of Remote Healthcare, and it is a platform where the professional expert community is able to generalize the best world practices and Russian practices as well. This is remote healthcare with the use of advanced technologies. Remote healthcare has a number of peculiarities which are determined by the difficulties of medical events. This is related to different climatic conditions, to the remoteness of facilities from civilization, and some difficulties related to human resources. The major population that requires the attention of remote healthcare practitioners are the companies working in remote facilities. Right now, these are millions of people. And we believe that this is the major governmental task. The dynamic development of the Arctic makes the development of remote healthcare even more relevant. Despite the difficult situation in the country, the systematic work aimed at the achievement of the healthcare purposes is one of the major priorities of the state policy. The efficiency and complexity of regional authorities and governmental authorities, medical organizations, not only including private ones, to overcome new challenges will become the impetus for new developments in the economy. So that is why I believe this is very important.
I wish to all the participants of the conference to stay in good health, have fruitful discussions, and work on great suggestions and practical steps in its solutions. Thank you. It's an honor to give the floor to our next speaker from the company Gazprom Transgas Tomsk. The floor goes to the Deputy General Director, Dina Bakala. Thank you. Good morning to the esteemed guests of this forum. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this conference, to your conference, to our conference. It's extremely important to us, since it's traditional for Gazprom to pay great attention to the remote cell healthcare questions, and we do have organized work of healthcare points and hospitals and preventive medicine, which is why the remote healthcare topic is extremely relevant today, since the development trend of our industry is pointed at the Arctic and the far north region. The agenda of this conference emphasizes the fact that there are platforms for active discussions, for fruitful discussions, mutual exchange of opinions in a positive way. And I wish you all to spend this time of the forum in positive emotions, good work, and I hope that we will be able to achieve specific results, specific agreements in terms of development, such an important aspect as remote health care. I wish you good luck and fruitful work.
The next welcoming speech from the Russian Palace of Trade and Commerce. And I would like to read it out loud. The maintenance of healthcare of the population and the reduction of the risk of infectious diseases is very important for social and economic development of our country. Remote healthcare is related to the work of people in complex climatic and geographic conditions. And the Palace of Trade and Commerce of the Russian Federation supports the professional community of remote healthcare in terms of research initiatives to strengthen the health of the working population and maintaining their health for many years ahead. We believe that this is very important and all the issues are critical. We wish all the participants fruitful and interesting discussions and constructive solutions. The President of the Palace of Trade and Commerce, Sergei Katyrin. Another welcoming speech from the leadership of the Union of Entrepreneurships. The strengthening of the healthcare, especially in remote regions, is very important these days, and one of the priority tasks that the country is facing these days. The organization and research spheres of remote healthcare ensure safety and stability of industrial cycle of many enterprises, allow implementing the tasks related to the sustainability of business, the increase of the productivity, and contribute to the innovative development of the economy in general. I'm sure that in the framework of the conference we will be able to develop new approaches to the problems that the remote healthcare is facing these days, that you will be able to develop the set of measures to solve the challenging tasks and make the remote healthcare more efficient. We wish you fruitful and successful discussions, health, and luck. Vice President of the Russian Council of Entrepreneurs, Professor Viktor Cherepov. And the last welcoming speech that we received to the participants of our conference and our partner of the Center of Corporate Medicine. So the welcoming speech is as follows. The topic of the conference corresponds to the third purpose of sustainable development of the medicine and healthcare. This is one of the global initiatives of the UN perspective, which is aimed at uniting efforts among all the interested parties and stakeholders and cannot be excluded. And the international format of the conference is the important contribution of the world development of the healthcare. So this welcoming is done by Natalia Darbeka. A few words about the conference itself. We now made a lot of new friends and many colleagues, and there is one person that deserves special attention. This is our special and kind friend, a very important person for us. But I would like to say more words about this person because he's one of the brightest figures among our friends. Unfortunately, this friend is not among us, but he was always present at previous conferences. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2022. His life was brilliant and bright and very useful for all people. Undoubtedly, he was one of the founders of remote healthcare. He is the pioneer in this sphere because this field requires a lot of knowledge, self-esteem, and convenience. This is about Professor Nelson. He was a professor of Aberdeen University from Scotland. And I would like to repeat once again, he was with us all the time. He contributed to the development of our association of the remote healthcare. That is the continuation of the World Association that unfortunately stopped its functioning, but we continue our work, and the geography of our experts and our colleagues proves the fact that the initiative of Professor Norman Nelson will be alive and will be functioning for many, many years in the future. So a short video about Nelson Norman.
Спасибо. Видимо, я сглазил, когда говорил про технические накладки. Эта музыка замечательная должна была звучать.
Unfortunately, due to some technical problems, you was not able to hear the music, but we still believe that Professor Nelson was a very good friend of mine, of us, and of mine, and we decided to dedicate this conference to his memory. So this was the official part of our welcoming speeches, the welcoming ceremony, and I would like to inform you on the agenda of our conference. Our conference will take place during 2 days. As I already said, the agenda is quite tough. We begin with the panel discussion that will begin right now. After that, in the format of the conference, there will be 7 sessions, and you are welcome to attend any one according to the topic of your interest. The conference will be recorded, and the recording will be placed on our website, on the website of the Institute of Corporate Medicine and Association of Remote Healthcare. So you can always go back to the files and look through the topics you're interested in. There will be 2 roundtable discussions. I would like to pay your attention to one roundtable discussion in particular. This is organized jointly with the Institute of Remote Healthcare by our Moscow colleagues. This is the Institute, Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology, and the Institute, the Technological Institute, our main institute named after Bauman. So this roundtable discussion will be devoted to remote healthcare in the Arctic. So I would like to invite all of you to participate in this discussion. Besides, there will be one masterclass on assistance in case of injuries. I think it will be very interesting as well. Right now, I would like to declare the opening of our panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mikhail Grigoriev, director of the Gekon consulting company, member of the Scientific Council of the Russian Federation, member of the Scientific Council of the Russian Academy of Sciences for the study of the Arctic and Antarctic. Mikhail, please take your seat.
В работе пленарного заседания.
Besides, there will be other major experts that will take part in the panel discussion. I will announce each of you, and please take your seats according to the names placed on the tables. Deputy Governor on Social Issues, Svetlana Gruznych. Deputy General Director Dina Bakala of Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk. Rector of Siberian State Medical University Evgeny Kulikov. Head of Health Protection Program Department for Implementation of OHSMS and Safety Management System of Gazprom Neft, Lyubov Zelenkina. Head of Medical Care Organization and Project Activity Sustainable Development Department, Metal Invest Management Company, Maxim Kravchenko. Senior researcher of the Center for Post-Soviet Studies, Primakov, Russian Academy of Sciences, Stanislav Prichin. President of the Cessation of Remote Healthcare, Sergei Antipov. And Head of Press Service, Headhunter Sibir, Lilia Isaulenko. Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. We're starting our work. Our panel discussion is called Geopolitical and Economic Challenges of the Remote Healthcare in Russia and in the former Soviet Union. I think it's quite a curious fact that the previous conference was the COVID-related issue. This time, we still have no mercy from our destiny and another very challenging situation ahead of us that we have to follow through. As any other industry, healthcare and remote healthcare have 2 pressuring factors. First of all is the problem with supplies and import substitution, and the second one is the staffing crisis because of the withdrawal of our professionals from the market, and it challenges our general system, devices, pharmaceutical industry, and the systems of our independent procurement of the whole cycle of supporting the healthcare of the population. Speaking about the healthcare, remote healthcare, and it's enough just to look through the agenda of our program, we understand that a lot of efforts are being focused on the Arctic region, a very relevant region currently. I've been working with the Arctic region since 1977. So I've been all around the Arctic, and I need to admit that we need to think wider than just the legally Arctic region, because even the region close to Baikal is also the same region in many characteristics. It's very similar to the Arctic region, and of course many regions in Siberia as well need to be taken into account. Another thing I'd like to emphasize. At this point, we are in the process of working on the Arctic region, which we started to explore in the last century already, in the 70s in the 70s of the 20th centuries. It's when the Norilsk started to develop quite actively. But at this point, we are working on the projects on the development of the Arctic area due to the mineral resources exploration as well. So, first of all, it's the procurement of the services, and second, it's the social aspect. So there are two main areas of development that are related also to the remote healthcare. The mineral resources, when we speak about, we talk about Norilsk, such cities, Yamal, SPG, or NPZ, it's a refinery. Around 1,500 people work during one shift at such huge companies. Colleagues from Gazprom here also can prove us that the amount of people there is huge. But also, we shouldn't forget that such companies as Rosneft and Ion, who also implement their projects in Taimyr and close to the Arctic. Such companies have fundamental culture of taking care of the medical condition and physical condition of their employees, and they have enough financial resources to do that. And also we have some projects in other remote areas where dozens of thousands of people are working, and their lives and health are just as valuable. Which is why we shouldn't forget about the persons who actually reside in the remote locations, not working part-time. So they live in Chukotka, Yamal, anywhere. Another focus of our program is maritime or offshore medicine. I'm not sure that the shelf exploration is our task for tomorrow, but at the same time, with the development of gas extraction next to Yamal and Pivek and other mineral resources, it also leads to the maritime development. And so these maritime questions include procurement, international transit, and other questions related to navigation, maritime navigation, and that part of the northern pipeline is the most challenging place. There is a bottleneck, a very important, a crucial point, Having analyzed that, we understand that we are lacking a complex understanding of our mutual tasks in our country. So the subjects of the Federation and different ministries and different institutions might not be understanding our tasks in the same way. For example, medical or healthcare for navigation and maritime navigation. What does it lead to? First of all, they only put a certain medical help station since July 1994, and I asked our colleagues whether they know about the documents that were admitted into in 1994. No one knows. And the second point that is being done is that the ships, the vessels, they receive first aid kits and first aid healthcare stations. So that's it. Nothing else as a whole holistic vision is being done. No, nothing else. We do understand that we have a lot of processes in the maritime navigation ahead of us, and no answer to the question, what's the plan, how to deal with that. So one of the tasks that I'm seeing here is to exchange our vision about the situation with the remote healthcare, the tasks that we're setting for us at this point, and our possibilities, what we actually can do, what steps can we take. When we were thinking about the structure of our panel meeting, we made a pretty straightforward move. We decided to first go with the definition of the remote healthcare because different people understand it differently. Next, we were hoping to get to address the international situation with the remote healthcare, where our country stands for globally, globally, and who are our partners in the questions of the remote healthcare. Next question is our regional situation. For instance, Tomsk region situation. By all means, major contractors, major businesses, they play a crucial role in this. Then we also will speak about the staffing situation, and we will move on to the topics of the requirements to the staff education and training, the new generation of the specialists. I suggest that we start with the definition, and Sergei Antipov is the best person to give this definition. No one else can do it as great as he does. Mr. Antipov has a great experience, a tremendous experience of working with his remote healthcare in many regions. Mr. Antipov, can you please specify what do you think are the new trends, maybe some negative trends in the current economic situation? How do you see the main challenges in general? Thank you. Our conference today is dedicated to the remote healthcare, and as we speak about it, we encounter this fact that not everyone understands this concept, this notion in the same way. So I will now try to dwell on what remote healthcare means globally. So this term is a global term, and it's being used all around the world. Remote healthcare is a system. In the first place, it's a system of organizers medical assistance directly on the object that is located remotely from major infrastructure over 100 kilometers and more. In the first place, it's the medical personnel, a doctor or a paramedic or a medic who stays at this remote location in question, and subsequently, correspondingly, the whole system is being built around this medical procurement, transport of equipment, organization of the work and interaction. And if we're talking about industrial projects, that's all should be taken into account. Going back again to the definition in the remote health care. Remote health care has two major aspects: remote health care and rural remote health care. There are different names that are being used for this rural health care in Russia: homestead, farm stations, medical stations. But in any case, it means that rural remote health care relates to the permanent residence of population. But remote health care for the industry would mean that the workers and will work in shifts, coming for several weeks to work for a remote region, and then go back home to their permanent residence. So this is a business process that has to be identified together with the business of the industry to align this process. Modern technologies, high tech, is being used for that. Information systems that are being connected to a possibility of medical medevac, using IT, telemedicine. And I would like to focus your attention on that telemedicine is one of the competencies or opportunities that is being used for remote health care quite often. Telemedicine, medical consultancy is being something that is quite popular. It's one of the components. Telemedicine is one of the components of the remote health care, just as much as other components, informational and technologically. Other components include devices of pre-shift checkups and other tools and approaches. I would like now again to emphasize the training for the medics. That's a completely different story, and it needs to be emphasized once again. In our conference, we have a separate section about it, because medical universities do not train doctors to work in remote regions. Generally, it's not a task for the universities, for the training institutions. They do not see it as a priority goal, but hopefully we will set such tasks. And by the way, in the end of the conference, we will have a resolution, a memorandum that we will place on all our platforms. Your suggestions are welcome for this memorandum to be forwarded to the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. to the Duma, to the Parliament of the Russian Federation. So we will forward also this memorandum to the Tomsk region administration in order to implement the tasks. Going back to the training of the medics, we need to remember that not every medic, not every medical professional is able to work well at the remote location. Very often we hear a requirement, we need a professor or a PhD or a medical doctor with a degree at the remote locations, and we need to understand that this professor will not necessarily be the best fit for the persons there. This person has to be someone who understands the basic first aid concepts and is able to provide the first aid for chronic diseases. And this has to be a person who understands the hygiene of what we call labor hygiene, and this person also needs to be a certain professional in management or has a feel for management and be able to organize medical evacuation. Just the efforts of a certain medic is not enough. What is needed is a whole, you can call it a center, a call center, or COC, Center of Excellence, a Center of Competency. So this is something, some institution, some hub that will link a consultant medic, a helicopter as medevac. Right now, together with us at this conference, we have our colleagues present from Slovenia who are quite experienced in medevac, and I'm hoping they will share their experience. And this experience is also relevant to Russia. Might be that our backgrounds for Russia and for Slovenia are different, but still it's a great experience to share. The basic training is being received in colleges for the medics in universities, but what Siberian Medical State University offers right now is an additional program of 72 academic hours. So a training program where we can take any medic, and in 72 hours this person will be trained to be able to work as a remote healthcare professional. And the quality of that training is proved by a diploma that is provided by Tomsk State University, by a university. So we can say that that's quite an indicator using technologies and high standards of education typical for university. So that's another story that is also very relevant, and the whole task is quite interdisciplinary. If you look closely at our agenda, you can tell that it answers questions in terms of different aspects of healthcare organization. Another important topic that I'd like to emphasize is that I'm grateful to have both medical companies or businesses, major businesses that work in healthcare, that work in major industrial projects with the healthcare. And also we have customers of the companies present here. Rosneft, Gazprom, mining companies, that can communicate and form an understanding of the remote health care from the customer side, and the medics from their side can form this vision and understanding from their side. So hopefully that will give us a wholesome vision, comprehensive vision, so that we could form recommendations for the Ministry of Health and other government bodies. Because we know that all such companies have to work within the legal field. They receive licenses, they have to get certified medications. Now we have to get them all certified and have an all-one system. This is extremely important for the medical companies. So for the companies that work in the cities, it is even difficult. But for the remote healthcare, we know that they start with the containers to live. Then they start any project. They don't have permanent buildings even, and it's extremely difficult to be able to follow the legal requirements at this step, which is why we need to focus on requirements and on the complicated process for rural, for remote healthcare for the industries, because 2/3 of the territory of the Russian Federation is generally, you can say, remote healthcare, 2/3, which is why we're having this conference here in the Tomsk region, which is quite a stretched region that has a lot of remote locations. To sum it up, remote healthcare is being focused in interdisciplinary competences. It includes interdisciplinary competences and includes modern technologies and this general vision. So hopefully today, in the sections of medevac, training, modern technologies, all of these topics will be touched upon. And specifically the organization of the medical service on remote locations, that would also be discussed. What is quite important that this year we have Skoltech, Skolkovo Institute here with us, the institute that is an advanced and front-end company in terms of the programs and technologies. And they have suggestions for the Arctic. So this way we can unite the scientists, the medics, and hopefully we will be able to come up with a document that then we will later on be provided to the government bodies. And with the second part of the question about the challenges. I would like to happily admit that at this point our government funds rural remote healthcare quite well. We see how new stations are being opened. We see that the government is ready to implement such projects. But the issue is not the funding at this point, but the managing of such projects. The organizational projects, the PMs, the persons who work with the processes alignment, need to be on board and in line with the general understanding of the remote healthcare challenges. And this is a very relevant issue for almost any region. So our company, or the company that is main organizer and the sponsor of this conference, has great competences and a great background about such organization and management issues. This year, first time we have a separate section about rural healthcare, and we will be able to demonstrate the best practices. So the business is ready. Is government ready to accept that? So that's my vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. I think this was a systematic approach, and I think you stated the topic of our further discussion. Colleagues, I'm sure you all have the agenda and you all know the people that will be the participants of the panel discussion today. I will not repeat, but Alexander, what is your opinion? What is happening on the global arena? Will our Chinese friends will be able to replace the Europe-focused approach? First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me to be part of the panel discussion today. I have a lot of knowledge, and my knowledge is more applied than theoretical, but for me this is quite a challenge to be present here today. We need to understand what is the focus of international relations. In addition to the negative factors that Nikolai mentioned related to the import substitution, to the geopolitical situation with companies and people and so on, we have another problem, the export services that we provide. Our closest friends are afraid for the secondary sanctions, or are even afraid to be offended or to be not welcomed by other partners because they are collaborating with Russia. There is an example of such companies, Dnieper, the transport Russian company specializing in the transportation of cargo to companies, but unfortunately they had to leave the market because of these difficulties, despite the fact that they cannot be replaced by any similar company in the world even. Unfortunately, this is the situation we are facing right now, and this is really tough for international relations. And if you look at the situation, how we try to build with our relations with the European partners, I would like to mention our major technological partner that we are not working with anymore, and in the Baltic Sea we are not working anymore. There is only one pipeline which is not licensed. Even if the European Union will be frozen in winter, unfortunately they will never agree to use our infrastructure. All the logistics that was created throughout these times is under very dangerous conditions, because even Russian transport companies, Russian trucks cannot move along these roads. We are forced to find other ways, so the situation is quite challenging. But if you look at this situation from another perspective, Russia is forced today to reconsider its understanding of the world attitude to geopolitical situation and look for new formats of international collaboration. In this respect, I'm thinking of the concept of Leonid Tsimbursky. His concept is quite well known. The island of Russia, it is called. In a couple of words, it is about that during the last 300 years, the energy that was spent for the expansion of the zones of influence for the promotion of interests, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was closed, and this energy could be focused on your own east, which is for your personal development, for the personal development of the country. The major part of the territory is remote facilities. We have a lot of space, we have a lot of lands, we have room for development. If you even look at the gas pipelines and its export, which is under danger right now, because we are delivering this from Ukraine, and next year this contract is expired, so we are not sure what will happen in a year or so. But still, we shall understand where the natural gas should come from. We believe that this is one of the perspective points for transporting gas to Europe. No one is considering the geopolitical situation when they need gas, for example, and whether it was produced in Russia or not. They need gas, and this is the major issue. And our task is to find best ways to transport this gas to the consumers. We need to develop projects, our companies need to develop projects, and I'm sure that we will find the best solution. There is a demand for alternative logistics, and in this respect, the northern route along Russia is one of the solutions to the problem. We need to put more efforts to its development. And then the transport corridor through the Caspian Sea and Iran that flow to the Indian Ocean. These are two major areas that make it possible for us to change the logistics and the logistics map in general and find the way out of this problematic situation. Lukoil company, for example, is quite successful in the Caspian Sea. This is a very interesting case study as well. Lukoil was denied access to the previous routes that it was using, and right now they are trying a new approach through the Caspian Sea and trying to recover oil on the northern part of the Caspian. So they signed an investment agreement with Kazakhstan, and right now Lukoil is becoming the major oil producer in the north part of the Caspian. And we believe that Lukoil will prosper in this respect. The problem is that even our partners from the friendly countries unfortunately are afraid to work with us these days, despite the fact that this is in their personal interests. Russia, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are the three countries that deserve special attention. Uzbekistan is the population of Uzbekistan is growing, so the consumption of gas, for instance, is growing as well. And in fact, Uzbekistan has only two opportunities: the construction of the Russian power plant. It should start last year, but Uzbekistan is postponing this. And the next way out is building a pipeline from the Central Asia to the center of Uzbekistan. In the Soviet time, it was done this way, but right now we want to make it beneficial for us and supply gas to Uzbekistan through this route. So in our ideal world, this will be Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and China later. That will be our partners. But still, there are some concerns, and our partners are afraid of joining the projects that are even beneficial to them. So this is not a very positive scenario, of course, but we still need to think of the ways out of this situation jointly. Thank you very much. Thank you. When we talk about our new friends, we always ask ourselves a question: how much will they want us to pay for them to become our friends? So with Indians, these are huge discounts, and all oil rupees are in India, it's still kept there. But for during half a year, these are 32 billion euros. This is a huge amount. So the first thing I would like to mention first is the note of Churchill. In Britain, there are no enemies nor friends. There are personal interests. And another issue is that we need to strive to the maximum that almost everything, at least the key issues, could be ensured on the Russian territory. And another quote by our emperor of the Russia: we have only two friends, army and the navy. So Svetlana, please, the floor is yours. You are the person that knows the region. Tomsk region is a wonderful region from the point of view of remote healthcare and all the relevant issues. Please share your opinion, not only regarding the tasks that you as the member of the government believe we need to tackle, but the Siberia, the Arctic regions, what problems are they facing? There was a term time ago, the regions of the extreme north and the neighboring territories. So these are the territories that where we ensure remote healthcare. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mikhail. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for inviting me to this panel discussion. I think this is a very interesting discussion, and we believe that the authorities, together with business representatives, are discussing topics that are quite urgent for the region, for the country, and for the population as well. I think this is very important, taking into account the challenges that the country is facing. Not only Tomsk region, but the country in general are very relevant. And so the solution to these challenges is very important for us. We should connect in the horizon so that we reach the national priorities. I'm sure that business is considered not as a business model, but it should be perceived as the task that within the global and countrywide objective shall be tackled. The fact that remote healthcare is quite popular in different enterprises and facilities proves its importance, proves its need, and opens up new additional opportunities that will make it possible for us to address the mankind, the humankind that work in industrial enterprises, to make them feel more attentive to their health. This can be one of the tasks of the companies that develop remote healthcare. Not only providing assistance and the quality of services, but on a broader scale. What are the problems and how do we tackle them? The aging of the population is one of the problems. We talked a lot with the business representatives. For 2 or 3 years, we have been talking about the aging of the population, the reduction of labor resources. We need to do something because it is very difficult. It is a very big problem. We were not ready for that. We were not prepared for that. And right now we are in the conditions when the number of personnel to ensure the remote facilities is not sufficient enough from the position of the industrial enterprises and from the point of view and from the side of medical institutions. So the government and the business are facing the shortage of medical personnel. The remote territories Tomsk has a lot of remote territories and remote facilities that are functioning on these territories. And we as the people related to these remote territories face a lot of problems. Even the Strezhevoye city can be called remote territory. No matter that this city has an airport and the road, but still the transportation to that of shift workers, for example, to that city is quite expensive for businesses, for the government, and the provision of the medical health care to this region is also quite challenging. So these days, I would say we are in the crisis. We are creating remote facilities, but it is very difficult to attract sufficient workers, medical workers, to this And in this respect, I really rely on the understanding, on collaboration with business representatives, with industrial companies. We have more than 260 rural health posts, and we all have to obey to a single Russian legislation. We have to provide the high quality services, but to do this properly we need to learn and exchange the experience from our international partners, because I think the level of healthcare should be at the top quality, because people are the key these days. When you began talking about the customers, and I was asking myself, who is our customer? And in our case, the government is the customer and the consumer. So this is a special case, and we need to understand this. These days, our demand for medical workers has changed a lot. We understand how many workers will we need and what shall be the qualification of these medical workers. Besides, today we're facing quite challenging tasks to train highly qualified medical personnel that are client-focused, patient-focused. We need medical workers of the new level that would have communication skills, soft skills, so to say, with their patients. So these are additional competencies that enable them to provide high quality medical assistance in remote facilities. They need to be very attentive to people while waiting for the emergency shift, for example. And the last thing I would like to mention regarding the development of new modern methods of telemedicine, new medical tools. We all know that from September 1st this year, medical tools can be used by companies for the medical examination of their workers, and I believe this topic will be discussed during our conference. We need to create the conditions and the system that will help us provide high-quality healthcare in remote facilities.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. There were 3 points that I'd like to focus on. Mutuality, common efforts, motivation of the employees. Major companies already do it for the preventive medicine. Is a great way to invest, and it's the best way to also promote occupational health and to promote healthy lifestyle. So now I would like to address our customers, all the businesses who are clients of the companies. So here with us we have Gazprom and Gazprom Neft. In fact, Gazprom Neft and Gazprom are completely different companies. They just have a similar name. Gazprom Neft is a company that is a network that covers of pipelines, and Gazprom Neft was formed in 1995 and Gazprom was formed in 1990. So that they have different historical backgrounds. I still remember Abramovich and Noyabrsk, the city of Noyabrsk. So yeah, those are different companies. But we will start with Gazprom, and the representative here is Dina Bakala. So Dina, Gazprom Transgaz, Tomsk. Doesn't matter if it's a Tomsk branch or not. We understand that we talk about infrastructure, about transportation, logistics. It's a huge production and social infrastructure. Being a limited liability company, how do you form your interactions with medical institutions? Can you just briefly state what is your vision? Thank you for giving me the floor, and I won't be able to speak about on the whole cooperation of Gazprom. I will be speaking about LLC, Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk. So before I actually start making my points, I would like to give you an understanding of the geography of our work. We work on exploitations around 53% of the area of the Russian Federation. So you can imagine Omsk, Novosibirsk, Kemerovo, Novosibirsk, Novokuznetsk, Irkutsk, and the Far East, the whole territory of the Far East, Primorsky, Sakhalin, Kamchatka, Khabarovsk area, and the Republic of Sakha and Yakutia are the regions where we are the organization that works with the force of Russia, the power of Russia, pipeline. As far as you understand, thousands of people are working here with us in all of those regions. So we are in conjunctions of two worlds, and using the phrase that Sergei used, at remote healthcare, industrial healthcare, because it's rotation shifts, and both rural remote healthcare. So we use both industrial and rural remote healthcare. Because in Sakha, Yakutia, we have more than 4,000 people working, and we decided that we will stick with the principles of using our local residents. Over 75% of our employees there are local permanent residents. So that was our ambition tasks that we set for ourselves. We decided that we would improve the life of the local population, not only of our own employees, but their families who are also the foundation to motivate our employees to work. We developed a complex program called the Philosophy of Health. This program includes even, I would say, changing the viewpoint, somehow the mindset of the local population and their attitude towards healthcare, healthy lifestyle, sports, their nutrition, and other aspects that are related to it. So the question that is very relevant to our agenda in our company is healthcare, remote healthcare, because in the regions that I mentioned above, we have hundreds of people working in each location. Locations where medical infrastructure is absent completely. Not just rural health posts or paramedical centers, not even that. It's the areas where any medical infrastructure is absent at all. And we also were discussing the pre-shift checkups, and sometimes it's impossible to have checkups. So a driver would, for example, have to travel 20, 30, 40, even 50 kilometers to get the checkup before his shift, driving shift. And we understand this that part of his way, it was before he got his checkup, so it's basically not exactly in line with the law, but there is no other way to form that. We are working on complex development on medical health, and what happened is that we have sponsored local medical centers, Valdan, Nerengiri, and others, and we help to procure necessary equipment. Also, the anti-HIV, anti-AIDS center received special equipment. In the city of Lensk, there was a request for the dispensarization, for this screening for oncological diseases, and we organized a checkup for them from Tomsk Center of Oncology. We teach all of our employees to do first aid. 2 years ago, we created a unique simulation center for all of our employees, including kids who travel to our summer camps. Another important component is constant training, additional training for our employees in medical areas, which is also in line with our legal requirements and the specifics of our work. I would also emphasize that we interact with our government bodies, local, regional government bodies, also in social projects. We helped with the kindergartens equipment, sports schools and sports federations. We helped to organize sporting events, 5 years and up, different sports, because we think that also contributes to a certain healthy lifestyle. So as for today, a complex care about a human being, about a person, is a priority for social policy of our company. And We are completely aware of the fact that a happy and a healthy employee is the main factor of our safe operation. Also in line with the task set by the President of the Russian Federation and the head of the Gazprom Corporation. So briefly, that's about it. Quite laconic, thank you. And we understand that the investment in the social development also brings good benefits to your company.
Lyubov, you're representing Gazprom Neft. You have many sites, many facilities. If Dina, the previous speaker, they are mainly concentrated in Siberia, quite developed areas. You are working in Yamal, Nagadan. What are the major requirements to medical care in these remote facilities? What is your opinion? Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, we are working together with Gazprom. This is the first thing. We are not a different structure. We are an independent but small company belonging to Gazprom. So our focus on healthcare is quite important. We have been working in the north for quite a long time, and I would like to share our experience on our medical health care that we provide in remote facilities. We do this together with our partners, with CIBMED Center, with the Center of Medicine, Corporate Medicine, and with many large partners such as Prof Medicine. I would like to offend anyone, but we have a lot of partners that we are working with. And I am thankful to our partners for the work they do, for the ideas they support. We do it jointly with our partners, and during such conferences. We believe that such events are very important. We see the opportunities of the partners, we get new ideas, and we together agree what will be put into practice. And right now I would like to share our experience, what we do in our autonomous and remote facilities. It is very important that our facilities are not only remote, they are autonomous. Autonomous are the facilities where there is no road. You can use the helicopter or aviation only to reach these facilities. Gazprom also has such facilities. That is why I was saying that we are working together. Remote facilities are the facilities that are not simply the rural health posts, but specialized health centers where during 1 hour you can provide the necessary medical assistance and so on. That is why we understand that the requirements to medical workers that work in our facilities should be quite high. But again, there are no universal soldiers. They are not prepared in institutes, but we would like to have them prepared there. But first of all, we need to understand what type of soldier do we need. I would like to share my opinion with you. At our facilities, we classify different medical posts and the levels of medical care. The third level for autonomous remote facilities is where there should be a medical crew that within 1 hour is able to reach the furthest point within the facility it controls. So on the electronic map, we put all these medical posts. There should be a car, a vehicle that is able to pass through the dirty roads, snow roads, and so on. Then all the necessary equipment of the class B and C, and we mainly focus on C, and the staff, the people that are able to provide high quality medical assistance. This is not only medical assistance, but something more. Since the region is autonomous, the helicopter cannot reach today or tomorrow, so this team, medical workers, they should ensure the resuscitation and maintain the health of the person while waiting for the helicopter, for example. So that is why we put higher demands to medical workers nowadays. We have cases when our medical workers were able to maintain the health of people. They stabilize the health of the person, or in case of any injury or emergency situation. We have cases when the person was finally reached, when the person finally reached the hospital in the city, the hospital told us that if it was not the efforts of the medical workers in your rural health post, then the person would die. Then the second level of the medical health posts, these that provide medical care of different types, even the toothache and so on. And the person cannot, when they tell me sometimes that toothache is not a problem, but the person cannot work having a toothache. That is why we have to provide all possible medical assistance. We try to expand the services, the medical services that we provide at rural health posts. But mainly, these are the problems or diseases related to the blood system. And for us, it is important that our medical workers, besides the knowledge and skills, should have another competence that is difficult to measure. We call it the desire. Or maybe some other word that will come to your mind will best suit this. But in order to respond to this pain, in order to react properly to this, to the illness or to the complaints of the person, many facilities are equipped with telemedicine and telemedicine communication, and we want the medical people be able to contact the doctors in the city and so on, and provide together the necessary medical assistance. So in our standards, we wrote everything in detail. What are the competences of the medical people working in rural health posts? There is level 1. When we are talking about this mobile health post, these are wagons, cars, or several of them that are equipped with the necessary medical tools and equipment. In some of the facilities we have 3 cars of that type with all the necessary equipment, even the mini laboratory. And this is the first level, but this is not the lowest level, of course. This only confirms that these are the people that face the medical problem first and try to provide the assistance. And they have to maintain the health in proper condition until the helicopter comes. So this is about the health posts. This is in brief. Thank you, Lyubov. Very brief but very informative. Maxim, talking about large business in the current conditions, we see that you're reducing expenses for medical services, for different benefits, and so on. I have 3 questions to you. Is this process inevitable? How did this situation impact your company? And did the system of values of your company changed? Or are you able to maintain your values and maintain the health of your staff? Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. This conference, it's the first time I'm participating in this conference, but for me this is a very interesting topic. And for a person, for a doctor, remote healthcare for me is not a simple word. I have been working for quite a lot in the Kamchatka region, so I know a lot about remote territories, remote healthcare, and so on. This is a very important topic, and I'm very pleased to know that you are paying a lot of attention to this. And I hope that people working in these remote territories will benefit from and will live better life after our discussions, solutions, and so on. In terms of medical assistance, I mean. Regarding the questions that you asked me, in reality, we are living in quite a difficult time for the Russian economy, industry. But in my opinion, there is no ambiguous answer to the question whether industrial medicine is not developing and it is in the process of stagnation. I cannot say so. I think that large Russian companies are quite active to implement the healthcare programs for their employees. Our medical service continues to demonstrate high indicators in terms of health of the people, but in talking about the middle segment of the business, they are facing more problems, I would say. From the point of view of financial opportunities, they are reduced, of course. They have less money and less opportunities as a consequence. But my colleagues are adjusting to the current conditions. They are finding solutions. They plan not to reduce the funds in the future, but to come back to the level they had a few years ago. As for industrial medicine and remote healthcare, I would say that it received some impetus lately, which is caused and explained by a few factors. It's not a secret that we're experiencing a staff shortage and there is a competition among large companies for qualified personnel. This is the first issue. The second issue is that the social benefit is very important for people. The second issue is the aging of the population and the increase of the labor active population, which requires more attention. In order to, we need the health maintenance program to ensure the stability of our people. Medical stability, I mean. And another important aspect, which is worth mentioning, is the difficulties of the COVID situation showed businesses the importance of medical assets. The COVID scenario was much easier when the company had the proper medical system and its health posts in different areas. As for our company and the values you were mentioning, our corporate culture is focused on 4 values: care, partnership, quality, and development. Such values do not change with time, and I think it is not right to change them. We have to stick to these values. And we try to build our work with our partners within the company, with our employees, based on these 4 values. 4 pillars, I would say. We don't have so many remote areas where people work on shifts, but we have monocities that were built around our huge industrial enterprises. And industrial medicine cannot provide the necessary medical assistance to people. And here, I think by uniting our efforts with the state medical authorities, we need to make sure that people are not left aside in these cities, that the level of medical care is increasing. I think this, when the healthcare is at a quite good level in monocities, the city becomes more attractive. People begin going there and living there. So this is the growth point for HR service to some extent. On the other side, this increases and improves the economy of the city. And that is why we put a lot of investments. We invest a lot to joint projects. We help state healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim. Svetlana also commented about the alignment of interaction with the government and between government and businesses. So I'd like to say that you just repeated what she said in a way, because the process of retaining your own health is something that both businesses and federal structures see as a colossal potential or reserve for stabilizing this process by motivating and promoting healthy lifestyle. Lilia, 2 short questions, 2 short, hopefully short answers. What is going on with the staffing as one of the centers of that? What do you see? What do you observe? And what is the new capital in these new conditions? Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion, to this conference. Speaking about the labor market, the employment situation is that this year we're on the peak of the staffing deficit. In our company, in Headhunter company, we calculated through the comparing amount of active candidates and job openings. So we compare them, and we compare the lowest borderline, and according to our last figures from August, we say that we have the figure of 3.5 openings for one candidate, of vice versa, 3.5 persons per vacancy. Beyond this side of the Urals, this number is even lower. So it means that the deficit is even more in depth. those are average. For some specialties, these such figures are even less, because for medical, we have a medical personnel that have a catastrophic situation. There are more vacancies or job openings in Siberia for doctors than there are doctors who could work. Those are quite serious challenges. If we speak about how businesses observe it and what do they feel it, we can tell that it affects greatly the timing that it takes to close the job opening. Compared to 1 year ago, this period is now 1.5 times longer. But speaking about also some positive trends and tendencies, we admit that this crisis situation became a huge driver for HR development in businesses, and HR tasks are now strategic goals. Top management is now also involved in the HR goals. It's a very person-oriented strategy for almost every business event. We see that that's an agenda. We are focused on personnel. We are focused on HR. So it's also a relevant issue. A couple of more words about rotation shifts. The amount of rotation shift job openings is growing, and is growing faster than the average in the market, and plus 30% in general. For the rotation shifts, the growth is plus 54% growth. Of course, mostly it's oil and gas and heavy machinery building that require mostly rotation shifts. Rotation shift jobs openings. Another curious observation that you might be interested in, if we look at our candidates market and what's going on with the candidates, at this point only 4% of all the candidates who are looking for a job are ready to consider rotation shift. Last year it was 5%, but still it's not as much. It's the number is quite low. Also 70% of all the candidates who consider rotation shifts already have job experience. So on one hand, it's a good factor, so they already know what to expect. On the other hand, it's not a good thing because we are not getting new people in this system, which is why it's important for the businesses to work on the promotion of rotation shift and to make them feel, to make the candidates feel that that's actually a good thing for them. And of course, the financial factor, the pay, is number one factor, and the second one is social packages, so social benefits that the workers could receive, and development of healthcare. Unfavorable factors are demographics. We have unfavorable predictions from open sources, including the Russian Statistics Ministry or Agency. Also, we need to know that the young generations are shrinking. Within 10 years, they have shrunk by 2.5 times. Why do we have this deficit? Because at this time, the generation that is entering the market is the generation of the 90s, who are not quite numerous, and the older generations that were more numerous are retiring now. Also, we know that we're in the process of aging of the population. By 2036, the major part of our country will be people over 46 years old. About the numbers and the things that I would like to emphasize about the HR strategies. First, it's extremely important that the focus of the HR goals would be also from top management. The focus on the emphasis on the human-focused area care strategies. Next, you have to be very flexible when attracting people to your job openings, so-called skill-based approach. Sometimes people say, okay, so we don't want a candidate, consider candidates 45 plus or 40 plus, or we don't want to consider candidates, male candidates. So that's not the scenario that is going to be working anymore. So next, we need to understand that sometimes the qualification of the specialists has to be also not as strict as you require. Companies tend to keep and try to retain good specialists within them, so you wouldn't even know that specialists like that are available. And they're trying to take care of them. Also, the employer needs to retrain a person, and it becomes not a person's liability, but employer's liability. So if we take a person from the market and she or he, they don't know something, so we have an obligation to retrain this person. So we have to constantly upgrade the skills and competences of the existing team, but also retrain the newcomers to the company. And another important point is strategy of care, of healthcare, and in general benefits for the workers, programs, not only physical but mental health as well. Why is that also important? If we're talking about the aging of the population as a long-term process, then the earlier we start to invest and care about the health of our employees, the more chances are that in 5, 10, 15 years we will have teams that are effective, that are able and effective. So we understand that that is a priority, an important priority. So thank you. Thank you, Lilia, Mrs. Isaunka, for being so brief and firm, so it's quite understandable. 3 questions to Sergey. So how do you, as a rector of Siberian State Medical University, how do you view the contribution of the existing system of training of medical resources? Do you think it covers all the demand, and is it internationally or compliant with international relations requirements? Thank you. Of course, currently medical education, especially medical education in Russia, becomes more and more relevant and more oriented, internationally oriented, focused, and even in our medical University of Tomsk, that is located not exactly close to other countries, to the national border, we already have a lot of international connections. And as an industry, as a leader of the industry of this education, we can tell that the society is not satisfied with the level of the competences of the current medical education. And that also indirectly is connected with the training of the remote healthcare specialists. We do understand that in the current curriculum, not enough attention is paid to the empathy and to telemedical aspects. This is all tightly connected to the satisfaction level of the society. So we reviewed our curriculum, and the students who applied to our university and were enrolled this year, so we completely reviewed our program. The students, they will be able to diagnose the deficits in their training and we will be able to refill the deficit. And we think that is extremely important, which is why all this dissatisfaction is related to the competences and empathies and IT problems with technological competences. So at this point, we are going towards a multi-level, layered training. Even though at this point the remote healthcare medicine is not exactly a separate internship, so it's not a separate program per se, but in our understanding, probably we have to use different levels. Retraining or additional training for the medics, for the doctors who already work, and it will allow us to prepare, train a certain medic for the needs of the businesses. And second, we need also to be able to find a special curriculum in the needs of the federal program. And it's probably a good thing that I'm the last person to speak, because everyone spoke about training of our medics, but no one here before mentioned what else is needed for our students, for our specialists. So I think the absence of the standard is something that is a restriction, a limited factor, the biggest limiting factor. And this conference, we know that this conference is an industry leader of the remote healthcare. And we all say that, yes, there should be different types of medical training. On the other hand, different from other specializations for doctors like surgery and so on and so forth, it is not embedded in our educational programs. So a person only knows that the remote healthcare specialist is required after they graduate. So I think we might find some points of presence from your company, maybe lecture halls, labs, so that a student, while studying, could see that, yes, there is something industry specific and there is a professional track available with the remote healthcare in mind. Yes.
Undoubtedly, these gaps in professional orientation and motivation of students are quite important. And I believe what you say is the tasks that the university is trying to tackle. But the first step is obviously the retraining. This is what Sergei was mentioning and talking about. And I believe you were quite right when you said that there are no clear demand from the customer. I have the impression that we use some stable system of classical medical assistance. We try to embed it into the situation that we are facing right now. In telemedicine as well. This is not the system, this is a different psychology. And another question that is quite important. There were some assets on the Russian territory, like the American Cessation, the Heart, and so many others. They were bringing the international standards to Russian Federation. Now they left. How do you see the Russian basic education in medical sphere? What shall be the solution? How to maintain these high standards and how to meet the requirements? The question is also quite challenging. First, we as medics, we live, work and treat people in the era of evidence-based medicine. This means that the knowledge that we got should be obtained on for large populations and shall be distributed in other countries as well.
И, конечно, все эти ассоциации, они превозносили эту роль.
And our task is to implement these standards in regions, in areas, and so on. And we have no way out sometimes, and I think this is right, but to create our own national standards without losing the connection with the international standards, of course. Thank you very much. Very clear answer to my mind. I thought if we had some time, we would talk about my dream medical healthcare 2024. Colleagues, please, do you have any questions to the speakers? Now this is the right opportunity. So if not, I think I liked the discussion. It was quite interesting. I learned many new things. Thank you very much. And thanks to the organizers for creating such a brilliant and competent panel team. I have some experience of organizing and holding some conferences. I think this is 5+. This is the top. You all understand what you do. You are all talking about things that you know for sure and able to discuss the questions that we are all interested in. So I would like to thank our speakers, our panel teams, and to everyone present here. Thank you very much. Thank you, the participants of our panel discussion. Right now we are having a short photo session. And right now, I would like to tell you what we will do next before lunch.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we shall continue right now. A short announcement to all of you. Please, our technical assistants, can you prepare the site for signing of agreements? Right now, we will have a ceremony for signing some agreements. This is a traditional ceremony. And right now, I have some announcements for you, which will be shown on the screen. First, there will be a movie on the activities of our informative and strategic partner, Center of Corporate Medicine. AlphaMed will also demonstrate their video and provide some information on the new line of capsule clothes for remote areas. And another very important aspect, please pay attention to this. When in the registration post, so you have these leaflets where you can read about the book that we are publishing finally in November this year. This covers all the questions that the experts at the panel discussion were talking about. This book contains 10 chapters. It is designed for a variety of readers, not only medical workers, not only healthcare experts, but top management of companies, industrial enterprises, our customers, medical institutions, experts in labor safety and industrial safety. So all the issues that we will be discussing during these 2 days can be addressed here in this book, are addressed in fact. You can order this book online. It is in 2 formats, black and white or colored copy. So there are several options. That is why, please, we expect that this book will be quite popular, quite successful. We are already thinking of the expanded edition of this book. So please, you're welcome, take a look. I am showing this to you that just to demonstrate that the book really exists, and in November we will have the full edition of this. Now the signing ceremony. Dear colleagues, we shall begin the signing ceremony. We will sign agreements between the National Research University, Tomsk State University, and the Center of Corporate Medicine. This is the cooperation agreement on the joint research work in the field of instrumentation and high technologies in medicine and education. I would like to invite the Deputy Rector on Innovation and Research of Tomsk State University, Ivan Ivonin, and Director General of the Center of Corporate Medicine, Alfiya Mumber.
Мы придаем этому соглашению большое значение.
This agreement is very important for us because Tomsk State University is a key partner and very respected university in the region and in the country, and the achievements that and developments that we do together are not related to the medical health care only, but to the implementation and fulfillment of some medical events. We are also implementing high technologies into medicine. We are focused on the development of medical tools for diagnostics, for express diagnostics, for the assessment of the health status. We also hope that high technologies will be more used in medicine, and we really hope that Tomsk State University and our collaboration will bring and result into the top achievements. Thank you very much. The next agreement will be signed by the Center of Corporate Medicine and Siberian State Medical University. This is the agreement devoted to the support of talents and especially talented young scientists, master's students, and postgraduates of Siberian State Medical University. So this is agreement on the scholarship provided by the Center of Corporate Medicine to the best and talented students of Tomsk State Medical University. I shall invite Professor Kulikov, Rector of the Medical University and Director General of Center of Corporate Medicine, Alfiya Mundir. What we were talking at the end of the panel discussion, that we need to prepare staff before they finish the university. This is the agreement on that addresses this task. Thank you very much. And the third agreement will be signed in the online mode. The agreement between the Russian Union of Entrepreneurs and the Association of the Institute of Remote Healthcare. Sergei Antipov, please welcome to the stage for signing the agreement from the Institute of Remote Healthcare, and from the side of the Russian Union of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists. The agreement will be signed by the member of the board and head of the Center of International Programs and Projects of the International Congress of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists, Anatoly Tkachuk. He will do it online from Moscow. The subject of this agreement is the cooperation in the field of informative activity aimed to the promotion of modern methods of safety of people in industrial facilities. Please, we are sorry, due to technical issues we cannot connect Moscow. As soon as they are connected, we will sign. Please be seated and be patient.
Что такое? Еще у нас в программе конференции.
The agenda of our conference applies the signing of another agreement between Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk and Center of Corporate Medicine and Siberian State Medical University, so trilateral agreement which will be signed tomorrow. And after we sign this agreement, we will have lunch, and then we continue our conference within the two sessions, the sections of the agenda that you have in your program of the conference. I would like to say a few comments regarding this agreement that we are signing. When we had a forum Russia-Africa in St. Petersburg and we met with Nikolai, the ambitions of the Institute of Remote Healthcare are quite high. And together with the Russian Federation, we plan to work in Africa in order to promote our competences on that continent. So that is why we are writing this, signing this agreement of all intentions.
Так вот, первый раз мы дистанционно подписываем, поэтому есть некие накладочки. Сейчас Москва.
Sorry for some technical issues. We're waiting Moscow to connect.
Анатолий Николаевич, вы нас слышите?
Да, все слышу.
Anatoly, do you hear us? Yes, I hear you clearly. Thank you for joining us. We announced the signing of today's agreement. Please, a few words to welcome our participants. I would like to welcome all the participants of the 4th International Conference. The association is functioning very successful and very popular, which is confirmed by the fact that this is already the 4th conference. And in the conditions, in today's specific conditions, this confirms the fact that the association is stable, focused, has its own position that allows addressing the tasks that we are facing these days. I would like to thank Sergei Antipov for inviting me and to collaborate with you within the terms of this agreement. You, as the head of the association, is very active. We had a few negotiations and meetings that allowed us focusing more on our joint activities and create a set of measures for the future collaboration. And the topics you're discussing today are quite popular and quite important for everyone, and I think everyone present here understands this. You understand how the technologies are promoted. We all realize the need of remote healthcare. We all understand the importance of these aspects, and I think you felt it back in 2016 that this is the future. Remote healthcare is the future. This week, when the president of Russia, when he had the special meeting for remote regions, he stressed out that the topic of remote medicine and the healthcare in remote areas is very urgent and relevant. And he appealed to the leaders of the region to pay special attention to this aspect. Besides, in the framework of our activities, the issues of healthcare as such are actively developed and discussed at all different levels, legislative, governmental, and from the point of view of different corporations, business representatives and representatives of science and academia and healthcare are all engaged into the discussion of the most relevant issues. We have a special committee on the industry of healthcare who sent you the welcoming speech that you read at the beginning of the conference. This confirms that we are all understand the importance of the issues and are ready to contribute to the activities of the association in tackling and addressing the tasks that you are setting. We shall not forget that we are quite active on the international arena. We are ready to contribute to the activities of your association again in terms of the promotion of your interests and assist, if necessary, to your activities on the international market. We are all focused on the East, on Asia, Africa, and so on, India. That is why if you have some projects or ideas related to the implementation of some aspects or some initiatives in these countries, we will be ready to assist. Today we are signing this agreement, and I would like to say that why are we signing this agreement? There is the decree order of the government of the Russian government, Russian president, and up to 50% of defense industry should be devoted to medical aspects. So the other states to strengthen remote healthcare quality of improve the quality of services that we provide in remote areas. That is why we are ready to collaborate. And besides, we have a special center that closely collaborates with the defense center and controls everything that is produced in the field of medicine and for the benefit of our defense. So I suggest we sign this agreement, which will be very efficient and will bring fruitful results for all the stakeholders, and will promote the healthcare of Russia, and many will affect some countries worldwide as well, I'm sure. Yesterday we had negotiations with China that is quite active in our collaboration with Russia in terms of medical technologies. That is why you have a lot of opportunities. And within the framework of your conference today, thank you, Anatoly. So this is the signing ceremony. Please sign the agreement. And then we will send your copy to Moscow, and one will be left in Tomsk, one for each party. I'm signing this agreement with pleasure. Anatoly, I would like to express my gratitude to you for your understanding, for your assistance, for your support and building business relations between the National Station of National Healthcare and your committee, represented by you personally. And I strongly believe that for all of us, and for me personally, this is a great honor to sign this agreement with your organization, and I really hope that it will result in some real actions, measures for the benefit of the Russian Federation, for the benefit of the industry, health of the population, and we will have a lot of new interesting projects in the future. This is a non-standard format, first time in my life that we signed it both online and offline. The major thing here is that we have the desire to collaborate. Thank you once again. So we signed. Congratulations. Now it's time to act. Thanks. Dear colleagues, right now we have lunch break until 1 p.m. Then we shall continue.
ситуациях зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуации и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-чек. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
На предприятиях, расположенных вдали от цивилизации, работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях, зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуации и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
цивилизации работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях, зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
цивилизации работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях, зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых
Уважаемые
нет
коллеги,
медицинских работников.
через 3 минуты
Dear colleagues, we are starting in 3 minutes with the section Remote Occupational Medicine as a Primary Health Care. The moderators are Sergey Antipov and Maxim Kurbatov. Please take your seats within 2 minutes.
И симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе
коллеги,
опорных вузов
еще одно
России
объявление.
комплексно готовит врачей к
13
работе.
Colleagues, another important note. At 1 p.m., there will be a section on occupational medicine and hygiene analysis of health risks for the personnel. Hall 2, moderator Denis Vinnikov. Thank you.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений. Коллеги, я предлагаю начать нашу секцию еще вот.
Dear colleagues, I suggest that we start our next section, and I will ask our organizers to hurry up the persons who are still at their lunch break in the lounge area, otherwise we will be too late with our schedule.
Уважаемые коллеги, я предлагаю начать нашу секцию.
Dear colleagues, I suggest that we start our section called Remote Occupational Medicine as a Primary Health Care. And I'd like to focus and emphasize the name of this section. Since we have an international name, remote healthcare, it's for us it's a primary care, and it's understandable to our local medics and to our Ministry of Health, which is why we're talking about this primary care, the primary level of care. But nevertheless, this is a very relevant issue, and it is of great interest not only for businesses and industry and for medics, but it is also of interest for the persons who directly work at the primary care. We have quite a powerful lineup of speakers today. We were trying to attract more customers who would be able to demonstrate their positive experience, their cases of implementation of such projects. And it is with great joy that I can make an example of our local Gazprom representatives. And today we have heard opinions from also the leaders of Metal Invest Management Company. It's also a major business, even though it's not exactly their business of medical care, but it's a major customer. And we try to invite speakers who organize the management system and regulate corporate standards or general standards. It's my medical center. Many people remember it. Sogas Professional Medicine. It's rebranded. It got rebranded, but they're still Prof Medicina. Limited liability company are still actively working on the territory of the Russian Federation. And also we decided to invite the corporate medicine company who also have experience and background in that. Such companies as Gazprom and Transgas in particular have their own medical services, and it will be quite interesting to listen to the leader of, to the manager of that medical service. Since sometimes in such corporations, people start discussing whether they should start outsourcing medical services or not. So it will be an interesting conversation. So I suggest that we start. We call this section our main section, even though all of the sections are our main section. So various questions are going to be discussed, and two more speakers, representatives, are going to be delivering their presentations online. One of them is a representative of Gazprom, who unfortunately couldn't come in person. It's also a branch, affiliate branch of Gazprom, mostly offshore projects. It's quite interesting. And one presentation will be from Croatia, Mika Frana, who will be a specialist in the telemedicine or remote healthcare. He came here in person twice. It's a big friend of ours. Unfortunately, today he couldn't come, so he will be delivering his presentation online. So I suggest that we start. So my question is, if you have any things that you would like to ask, you might get a chance to ask questions right away, or we will look up on the schedule, on the timing, whether we will have enough time or not. And of course, I would like to see by the end of this section to see a discussion, a conversation. Even if it's not going to happen during our section, then on the sidelines we will be definitely doing it. So our first speaker here is Konstantin Kokorin, who is the head of occupational health and hygiene section, Sakhalin Energy. In-depth medical examinations. Konstantin, you have the floor.
Sergey, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference, and I'm very sorry that I was unable to come to Tomsk. I live in Sakhalin, and the time difference is 4 hours. Unfortunately, this time I couldn't come, but I really hope that next time I will be able to participate face to face and have a chance to talk to you personally. I would like to briefly describe you my opinion in this presentation. Do you all see my presentation, my slides? Good, you see it now. So the concept, the introduction of in-depth medical examinations. 10 years ago, we started this initiative, and I have quite a vast experience in this field, starting in 1994. So in-depth medical examination is a concept which was first developed when I was working in the metallurgical company, where the number of employees was 120 people. The task was to reduce the accident death rate. So my report today was caused by many studies, and right now I would like to briefly, in thesis, show you our major achievements. Before we begin, I would like to show you the general concept that we implement in Sakhalin energy. There are three major stages in the development of Sakhalin energy. First is the response, so the first aid, and you see the time consumed, the expenses, and so on, require the maximum attention and financial expenses. Besides, there are medical examinations and expertise, which is the response to different risks. The culture of health as the component at the first stage that takes the minimum energy and time, since the major efforts are focused on the first aid. At the next stage, we pay more attention to energy and medical inspections. We plan but not react and don't respond. We plan ahead, but the health culture and first aid are still important in the focus of our attention. But logically, we get less death, less critical illnesses in facilities if the medical care and consultancy are properly maintained. And our fantastic future in the sustainable development when a employee comes to a doctor to get certain recommendations how to act in case of any disease, he comes to a medical worker first to understand how to prevent any certain disease. Because the behavior of a person is the major source of risk of any health issues. So at present, we believe that Sakhalin energy is somewhere in the middle, and I would like in my presentation to talk about this. This is the infographics that explains itself quite well. These are non-infectious diseases. This is the prevention of non-infectious diseases, because statistically at present only 1% of employees die from traumas and 99 people die from non-infectious diseases, and the majority of them are cardiac diseases, heart problems. The concept is based on the huge cohort study that is well known to all the medics. Quite recently, the algorithm of the assessment of the legislation in the Russian in the legislation of the Russian Federation, and you see the number of the order here in the slide. For those who don't understand this scheme, I would like to focus on the fact that a smoking man with high cholesteriness or with smoking people with high arterial pressure have the same risk as the 65-year-old person non-smoking with normal blood pressure. The others are quite in the normal stage, and we can somehow influence the risks. And this forms the basis for the concept of implementing the in-depth medical examinations. What are the other requirements to order number 29? This order describes the regular medical examinations and requires electrocardiogram, arterial pressure measurements, and for the prevention of unexpected states related to the heart diseases, there are no other tools available or approaches suggested. But if you take everyone present here and do the electrocardio, ECG, and you look at the findings, you will see nothing, no major differences. But if we do the in-depth medical examination and do all the medical measurements, study the lipid profile, and examine the heart anatomy, and as a soft tool we will do a questionnaire, we will find much more material for further understanding of the health status of a person. Then we can get 3 groups which are different from this medical order number 29, which is distributed among all the workers in remote areas and that are working in extreme north. First group that pass these medical examinations on a regular basis, and they will be allowed to work based on the results of these examinations. The third group, the red one, we covered about 120,000 people. These people while we were doing this in-depth examination within the order number 29, the people, if you remember my previous presentation at the previous conferences, this was not quite effective. But based on the results of in-depth medical examinations, we were able to suggest other options or other job opportunities in the same enterprise, or in case of bad results or negative results, we were suggesting a status of a different worker having some health issues. The second group is the risk group, we call it. These are the people that passed in-depth medical examination and which revealed some problems in their health that can harm their further employment. And this is the focus of our study. This study we call the sinusoid of the shift worker. When a person gets into the shifts, arrives to the shift, a person normally says, a person gets into the ecosystem where everything is settled. He has a regime of sleep and eat, and the minimum disturbances in his psychological state. So the work is quite monotonous. He's doing the same work every day, day after day. With a lot of physical activity, of course, because most of the shift workers are exposed to a lot of loads, physical loads, hard work. Some workers have the opportunity to go to sauna or to do some physical exercises after work. This is the extra physical impact. And besides A positive factor is no alcohol during this period. So ethanol is not present in the organism, in the body. So what happens when a person comes back home from the shift? The sleep and awake regime is changed. The eating mode is changed. In the majority of cases, people start drinking alcohol on weekends at least. Then there are some family issues, kids and so on. Friends with the tax officers, with the traffic police and so on. I'm sure that you might be quite skeptical about what I tell you. Some people say that people on shifts feel much worse than when they are home because they are away from home. But this is not always true. And what will we do with this sinusoid? The worker from the yellow category, from the second risk group, will be offered to fill in the questionnaire and to do the minimum measurements, not the, like the lipid profile measurements, the glucose, the arterial pressure, and so on, some basic parameters, the quality of sleep, quality of physical activity, and so on, amount of minutes spent in the gym, and so on. And several other parameters related to the nutrition. And at the end of the shift, a medical worker will ask to an employee after such medical examination to assess his health care or attend a hospital to consult the doctor and see the changes we agree with the employee that he tries or she tries to maintain the health pattern, and then we may observe and monitor the changes. But in any case, we will monitor the tendency for this sinusoid becoming more flat. Getting back to the previous slide, we can say that we can stimulate the worker from the second group to migrate to the first group due to changes of his or her habits, or modify the risk factors, or if a person doesn't listen to our recommendations, then there is a risk of getting to the group 3 when an employee sees the logic under which his faith is in his own hands. So we believe that the result of this survey will be quite positive. So we want to reduce the number of medical evacuations and the maintenance of the working labor resource. We will get healthy people, healthier population, because these good habits that we get during work or stay at home will be spread on family, on relatives, and the surrounding environment. So this is all I wanted to share with you. I hope I tried to keep my time frame. Thank you, Konstantin. You were quite okay with the timing. I would like to thank you for participating in this conference. We were really hoping that you would be able to come, but anyway, thanks for joining us. I would like to say that the value of your report is quite high, and the information that you provided is quite important. It's not new. It is important because you put it as a priority by implementing these programs that in the future will affect the health of your workers, will reduce the cases of evacuation of personnel from remote areas. You were quite clear about that, and you are doing a great job in Sakhalin Energy. I know for sure that you have a lot of experience and you have a lot of international experience as well. So thank you for sharing this information with us. Please, dear participants, if there are any questions, you are more than welcome. Right now people are after lunch, a bit shy. How do you do technically? How do you do in-depth medical examination? Where do you do it? And at what stage do you create these risk groups? First of all, there is a medical contractor that knows our priorities. They are aware of our standards. Talking about shift workers, almost half of all the employees working on shifts in Sakhalin from Russia or even from abroad, these are the citizens of Sakhalin region. So they have to pass this medical examination in Sakhalin. There is a certain time slot for them. There are medical workers, so we have a contractor, as I already mentioned. So this is a one-window principle that allows us to systematically analyze and process all the data obtained. And avoid poor quality medical examinations and corruption, of course. Because we all know that there are cases when people simply pay the doctors for their medical examination to be ready without passing it. So without too much details, I think this is all I can tell you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
I would like to support you. Gazpromneft is also moving the same direction. We are also doing the medical examinations with the medical provider. We are confident in. So CIBMED Center is doing a good job, and I want to support your opinion that in-depth medical examination is a very valuable tool, very informative tool, because regular medical examinations do not reveal critical diseases. So the only difference between us is the programs of medical examinations, and so we can later talk with each other, and I will share my experience with you. But a few comments about the competences of doctors. Maybe you didn't mention this in your presentation, but We face one situation. The doctors cannot always use the emergency kit, which is not only the different tools that I use for medical examination, but also the table of that we use for the analysis and division of people into the risk groups. When a doctor sits in his room and he needs to assess a person, a patient, according to this emergency table, we call it. According to the emergency table, people say, for example, there are some such cases as people, when a person may say that according to this emergency table, I'm okay because I'm not smoking and so on. So, but according to the in-depth medical examination, it might turn that the person is in the risk group. So, what I'm trying to say is that we need to make sure that we have competent doctors that do their work properly. Then the risk group, we need to monitor these people. And just sharing my experience with you, we don't only have the medical provider that we trust, but the doctors, our doctors we also trust. Because the doctors shall be able to explain the medical problems so that the employee is able to take the necessary measures. The workers, we need to help workers to reduce some risks. For example, when we reveal a disease and understand that whether it is an insurance case or not, we may help a person address the corresponding institution or organization to get further medical assistance. But the problem here is, you didn't mention this, but I'm sure you are aware of this. Regular medical examinations are clear. They are organized by everyone. In-depth medical examination is, first of all, additional costs. And besides, this is voluntary, on the volunteer basis. The employer may not agree to pass it. And the second thing is, when you try to prove it to the people that really work, if it is not required by the legislation, then it is very difficult to convince someone to pass any type of a medical examination. As a large company with a lot of employees, we were able to do it. We were able to convince the organizations and our workers to pass these regular and in-depth medical examinations. But not all companies can afford this. And I think the first step, that this in-depth medical examination shall be part of the regular examination. And my suggestion is to include this, formulate it properly and include it into the standards or order and so on. Show the best cases like Sakhalin Energy or some other company and put it as a proposal. The employer spends its money on medical examination. He pays for his workers, and that means that he cares for his workers. So I think this is a good practice that should be put in place in all organizations. I was looking at you, and I was expecting you to say something, to comment. And we are very thankful to you because you're a professional, you have a lot of experience, and you're doing a lot of tests and experiments, and I'm always ready and happy to be part of them. What you mentioned should be combined, not to have many different examinations. And we can one day put this into the final memorandum so that we send it to the Ministry of Healthcare. Unfortunately, we don't have time for many more questions. I would like to address to you personally and to all the participants. This topic is quite diverse, and we will not be able to discuss it within 2 minutes. Regularly, we hold webinars where we discuss different urgent topics, and I would like to invite you all to take part in those webinars where we could raise this issue and have a deeper discussion on the matter. With Sakhalin Energy, shared examples of Gazprom Neft, Sakhalin Energy, and so on. And with minor businesses, the topic is quite interesting, and we can talk a lot about this. So please, let's put it into our final memorandum and leave it for a later time. Konstantin, thank you very much. This was the good start of our section. I think we will have a lot of fruitful discussions in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be by Kravchenko, Maxim Kravchenko, who already was a part of our plenary session. Now he will be talking about corporate healthcare, prevention, innovation, and partnership. I'll remind you that he's a head of a medical care organization and project activities in Metalo Invest Management Company. Please, Mr. Kravchenko, you will have 10 minutes. Try to make it in 10 minutes or less. I'll try. There is the presentation on display. Let me check the clicker. Okay, so it seems to work. Good afternoon again. I think we're off to a great start. It was a great discussion of the corporate healthcare and how corporate healthcare is linked to primary care. I will share some experience of certain projects. The projects that we do and implement in Metal Invest Management Company. Our company, Metal Invest, is one of the major businesses in mining and metallurgy and metal production. Our main assets are in Belgorod and Kursk regions. Kursk magnetic anomaly is where we are located at, as we call it. We are working based on the sustainable development principles in general, and I already spoke about our 4 main values that we live by. It's care, quality, development, and partnership. And medical department, medical service is our inevitable part, so we try to develop together with this service. We try to provide medical care of high quality and try to actively interact with our colleagues from medical spheres and private sector in order to provide the decent level of medical care to our employees and their families. Here I'd like to add that ore and metallurgy in general has a serious health risk. Those are very hazardous, high hazard factors for person's health. And even if a person is 100% healthy, after having worked here for some time, the risks of professional diseases, what we call, increases. Also, there is a shift schedule, which is another contributing factor. And the analysis of the health situation with our workers demonstrate that we are just like the others. General physical problems are also can be seen, smoking and so on and so forth. I won't be dwelling into deeps, but we all understand as professionals that chronic illnesses and chronic factors are present. As a goal for us is to increase the quality of life and to make their working well-being of our employees, and we're using the same path as most companies. Something that Konstantin, the previous speaker, just mentioned. We're trying to build proactive health management system, which is based on preventive measures, constant monitoring of health, and trying to promote healthy lifestyle and responsible attitude towards their health in our employees. Also, I'd like to make a note that we not only invest into corporate medicine to make our people more healthier, but we also invest in local healthcare of the regions where we are present. So within the last 2 years, the investment into the government medical system of Belgorod and Kursk were over 1.5 billion rubles. Since our experience demonstrates that uniting corporate and federal efforts helps to prevent and treat diseases effectively, both for such groups as employees and general population of the cities and localities where we are presented. Another advantage is that it allows our employees to receive high-tech care in a timely manner, because we have quite a decent medical foundation, a lot of opportunities for medical examinations and medical equipment, which is not always the case for our state medical institutions. Many things can be done quite promptly in a timely manner with us, with our corporate medicine. As I already mentioned, control and monitoring of health is based on medical examinations, on physicals. We rely upon federal regulations and requirements, but we also do in-depth medical examinations. And when we identify risks, then we turn to our partners, Research Institute of Neurological Diseases, and we send our employees over there, after which we receive feedback from our colleagues from this Research Institute with some suggestions on how to treat our employees, how to help them. Another important point is rotation shifts or shifts checkups or shifts physicals. So we transferred from a manual physical to completely unmanned physicals. So that's what we do. And we unify all the data into one database. It helps us to monitor health conditions or any changes in their health conditions on daily basis. So most employees come to their shifts 3 to 4 times a week, and the system can somehow or preliminary prompt us to some changes. It demonstrates if there is some any negative dynamics. So today the main aspect is aimed at next step, which will be general practitioners trying to evaluate the risks that were identified during pre-shift checkups. Next, I would like to also talk about some professional related illnesses and their prevention. Just recently, together with a federal agency on healthcare, we were running a test pilot project to identify preclinical professional illnesses or health work-related illnesses. The group who demonstrated some deviations from the norm were forwarded to treat them, and the test group demonstrated good results. So after that, the risks were mitigated. So we have positive results in that. And as of today, we continue to develop that methodology. Also, we took part in a pilot project where 205 people were participating into that rehabilitation program. Here we see positive trends, both for medical component and social component, because during the time of that treatment, an employee receives a paid vacation. So that's a great benefit. Several words about other projects of prevention. Most importantly is broadening and widening our practical prevention measures. We had joint programs with oncology group project. The previous one was for 6 years with the women's health, and we were assisting to help to identify early stages of breast cancer. At that time, we had an asset in Orenburg, and we partnered with the administration and Medical Research Center of Coloproctology and screening for oncological diseases. So we decided to put such things on large scale. So the second project for screening was for most employees of Zheleznogorsk, which is in Kursk, for lung cancer. So we screened 10,000 employees in partnership with Research Medical Institute of Oncology named after Blokhin. And we try to use the same principle, same approach with other locations of our presence, since they proved quite useful. And even since the COVID have moved on, we still understand the COVID is still here and it hasn't vanished. So we have a program for post-COVID checkups. Not always comfort of getting appointments is taken into account, and in this case we decided that we will prioritize persons or people's comfort so that they would have just comfortable timing for their appointments and make it also in a timely manner, fast enough, and our employees were quite satisfied with that. Also, from the viewpoint of promoting healthy lifestyle, we have a corporate project called Pro Healthy Lifestyle. It's a name of our corporate media project, ProZosh, and that's a channel that we used, a media channel that we used to promote healthy lifestyle, and we are getting this new experience and promoting this project generally, so it will be interesting for a general population. And a small project that is not as popular right now, but I like it very much. And last year, a colleague from the blood drive from Zheleznogorsk came to us, and they suggested to take part in their blood donors bone marrow, not only blood but also bone marrow donors. Unfortunately, at that time there was not so many people who served as bone marrow donors, so we decided to take part, and we asked people to come. So actually not just our employees but also people who lived nearby in Belgorod came to get tested if they can be in the bank of bone marrow. And as we see, the preventive programs are getting more and more popular. And it's important to know that the dynamics, a positive dynamic, helps us to work. There is positive dynamics in work with federal, regional institutions, and we are creating and aligning relationships in the projects where we complement each other, where corporate medicine and state-based medicine complement each other and interact. And I think this is one of the most demanded ways and just most worthwhile ways of development. And thank you so much. The company has a separate medical service that is aimed at prevention, disease prevention. The problem of work-related health issues is quite a relevant topic for meteorology. which is why it is good that you have close ties with medical research institutes. Any questions? Then allow me to ask a question. Do you remember what is the gender constitution of your employees? 20% are women and around 80% are men. The reason why I'm asking this question, well, of course, metallurgy is like a men's, traditionally men's profession, but you were talking about the breast cancer screening, or as far as I understand, you partnered with a research institute of named after Blokhin. That program was not only about women who work with us. It was in the year 2012, 2013, and at that point it was indicated that the doctors were not doing a good job in terms of prevention and early stage screening. So the task was to find a center of the second opinion, or second opinion screening for mammography and so on and so forth. So it was early on. At that time there were not so many preventive programs, preventive screening. This experience demonstrated that the doctors, when they get additional training from their more experienced colleagues, second opinion, and general identification of breast cancer rose by 46% within 3 years. So they identify breast cancer early on at this point. This whole region really improved its numbers. And this is what is important, is to identify some risks. We try to have this risk group with whom we know that there might be some certain risk factors, and we identify them as persons who were not visible to us in terms of health risks, with just daily physicals, daily checkups. We understand that such groups require additional dynamic monitoring, and we need to take that into account for additional funding, which needs to be proven. So we move forward to the next report. Our next speaker is Alexei Kalugin, who is the head of occupational health and safety department in Gazprom-Neft Yamal. 3-level model medical support and Novoportovskaya OGCF, oil and gas company.
Hello, dear colleagues. At present, Gazprom-Neft Yamal is one of the leaders in promoting the health safety in all Gazprom-Neft companies, group of companies, and we have been working with this 3-level model for quite a long time. Back in 2018, we started developing this model, and within 5 years, we have been successful and become more experienced and efficient with every year. In brief, I would like to tell you where the location of our fields. They are located in Yamal. We have 2 large facilities. One field is located not far from Novy Port village, and oil fuel terminal is close to Miskameny. These settlements have no road infrastructure. At present, you can only reach there by helicopter or by water, which is much longer. The approximate distance is more than 200 kilometers to Novy Ringoi. There is also a regional center of Yamal region, Yarsale. It also has a good hospital. Some of the workers with certain diseases are taken there for further medical treatment. In this region, in these settlements, at present there is only stationary hospitals or ambulance stations, as we call them. Not enough medical workers. Some of the outpatient departments are not fully functioning. There are not enough equipment. So there are so many problems, and we believe that this is worth paying attention to. When we developed these fields and initially put medical stations at these two facilities, there was a paramedic in both facilities, and all the workers and people living in these settlements, regular people, are using the medical services provided by our paramedic. You see the statistics of our work. Please pay attention to 2019. This was a change in our activities when we started building and creating the system in our facilities. Before 2019, the evacuation was done by contractors themselves. There was no transparency, but in 2019 we decided, or due to some regulations and documents that we issued, we increased this transparency, and right now we believe that we are quite successful in revealing all the cases. You see that the number of evacuations is quite high, so every day we were facing this evacuation issue almost. So then we decided to put this initiative into practice, and that is why we did this analysis of evacuations in 2020 and 2022. The major reason for cardiovascular diseases is the same from year to year, and you see this on this slide. But what is the reason why we decided to change this structure? In 2018, we did the audit of all medical stations that we have in our facilities. We found out that most of them were belonging to contractors. These were drilling contractors or building partners. And there were some minor medical stations with the minimum equipment available. The audit revealed that not so much attention is paid to these medical stations. We revealed a lot of critical factors negatively affecting the health of our employees. And again, this was a huge impetus for us to start acting and reorganizing our medical facilities at oil fields. On this map, you can see the medical stations where the work was quite good. The quality of services provided was also quite efficient, but anyway, you see gaps in all medical stations that are located in our oil fields. Even the so-called best cases demonstrated some negative issues, which confirm that in general the medical system is not functioning properly as we would like it to be. The tasks and objectives and goals and objectives of our company was to create a medical structure at the oil fields that would provide an opportunity to control the health processes. This is quality, transparency, efficiency, and availability for all, and continuity, of course, of medical services provided. The three-level system, three-level model is based on the single medical provider concept. We tried to put this system on paper. Then we confirmed it or approved it with our general director, and then it started functioning when we decided to open new medical stations. These are the medical stations we removed the medical stations of contractor organizations, and we decided to place our medical posts. By doing so, we not only improved the quality of medical services provided to our employees, we also structured and reorganized all the medical documents, because you understand that any medical service requires a lot of medical documents, and it was quite good and efficient when all the documents were kept and recorded based on a single standard. Because you can imagine when there are many contractors, each with their own rules and standards, this is not working properly. Sometimes we had 5 or 6 medical posts within the walking distance from each other, but we decided to optimize this. We removed 5 small medical posts and put 1 bigger one or 2 bigger ones, depending on the oil field. And by doing so, we were able to save money, of course. Lyubov started talking about the three-level system. First level is for paramedic. These are remote sites mainly, oil rigs and so on, with not so many workers. The second level are general doctor and paramedics. The functions are almost the same. The equipment is a bit stronger. And the third level medical post is surgeon, 3 paramedics, senior doctors we call them, and a resuscitationist. Third level medical post has an expanded system for in-depth medical examination. So there is a medical crew working according to order number 29. What was the reason for this decision in our company? My previous speakers already mentioned that there were some problems related to the fact that people are paying money for getting their medical examination, so we wanted to avoid that and reveal real problems and provide the real assistance to our people to ensure their efficiency and productivity at work. So in our oil fields we were personally controlling and were only controlling the health of our employees. We're all working only with the contractor whom we really trust. It took a while for us and for our employees especially to get used to this. It was difficult for our management, but at the end almost 90% of our contractor organizations are quite active in using our hospital and even ask to pass their medical examination in our hospitals or medical stations. In general, 3-level model led to building barriers in the medical system in general. They are all listed here on this slide, so I will talk in more details about each of them. First is obtaining a path to our oil and gas condensate field. All contractor organizations that plan to bring their employees, they upload all the systems into this single system, including medical exam records, which we check their authenticity and try to avoid any factors that might affect the health of employee. Right now, this is the counterfeit of these records is still exists. It is 9%, but not so high. But anyway, there are some cases. So at present, this system is not 100% efficient, but we are trying to make sure that this works better than before. Automated pre-scheduled medical check was never before done in the amount that we do in our organization. In Novorengoy, instead of sending a person to the oil field, we have several medical posts that do this pre-scheduled medical check. The statistics in 2018, the statistics is quite interesting. In 2018, this was the beginning of the project. So during 8 months, we revealed 702 cases when people were not allowed to continue their work upon the pre-scheduled medical check. So we made sure that people took more care and were more attentive to their health. And you see, by 2022, the number of cases where people were not admitted to work almost reduced twice. So these automated pre-shift, pre-tray medical examinations at our oil and gas fields showed their efficiency. We almost excluded the human factor, and at present we have a project, and we are almost finishing this project by equipping our sites, our facilities with electronic terminals that help us monitor the health of our employees. So at present, of course, we are not 100% automated, but this is our target. By 2024, we are expecting the supply of more than 24 terminals of that kind. Based on the results of regular or in-depth medical examinations, pre-shift or pre-work schedules. On a daily basis, we monitor the health status of the risk group. These are the people that have some health problems, but still are allowed to work. But they have to pass some regular checks, inspections, examinations, and we at our facilities we try to monitor the health of such employees. For example, workers older than 39 have to pass ECG on a regular basis. On ECG, we revealed 22 cases for potential evacuation of people or the development of subcritical health states of health against the general good condition of a person. So we evacuated 5 people, and we believe that these barriers or these terminals proved their efficiency. I already mentioned the periodic examination. We found the room, the facility. The medical crew is working on a regular basis. 2 shifts of doctors. They work quite efficient and efficiently cooperate with contractor organizations. Based on the PMO results, we revealed high quality objective medical examination of all employees working in the field and made sure it is quite efficient. "15 people were evacuated based on the results of this medical examination. At present, telemedicine is not so often used as before, since we have a lot of experts, medical experts at our facilities. But anyway, we are still using it. We have it since 2018. We have it in 2 facilities. So when there are needs for competence of narrow specialists, we always contact them through telemedicine. Emergency medical response. Lyubov also mentioned this already. We start working with the medical workers. We have the emergency response plan with all the time frames and people responsible and so on. You see call for help, first help, emergency help, evacuation and healthcare in a hospital. This is the whole cycle that we ensure to our employees. In general, this approach allowed to reveal some positive aspects. We were able to standardize some of the aspects. We developed some documents and approved them within our company. We revealed a lot of cases of health problems and managed since 2018 till now reduce the number of such health issues among our employees. We reveal the diseases of we reveal cardiovascular diseases with the help of our equipment and facilities that we are not able to reveal during the regular medical examinations. That is all I wanted to share with you. And at the end, I would like to tell you that Gazprom Neft is not only addressing the critical health situations, but also we are trying to ensure efficient tools. We care about our employees. Right now we're implementing a huge project of the corporate center, and Lyubov is the main initiator of this. This is the complex healthcare system, which includes our 3-level model. We have the trust doctor, the medical analyst. We are piloting this pilot project. We are piloting this project right now in Yamalneftegaz. This project covers a variety of medical services, from the minor ones to critical cases, and after the piloting stage we did a questionnaire of our employees, which revealed that the majority, 98% of people that participated in this project, they were pretty much satisfied with the fact that the employer pays a lot of attention to the health of its employees. Of course, there are some obstacles. Of course, there are people with different mindset that are not willing to take care of their health. But anyway, we are happy to see the statistics that the majority of our employees are still willing to improve their health and participate in our medical health initiatives. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Alexei, thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your interesting report. Gazpromneft Yamal is the largest, or even if not the largest, but one of the largest projects with whom we collaborate. They have a lot of people that work in risky conditions in isolated format, as we call it. This is very important and formed by the efforts of medical workers of Gazpromneft under the initiative of the customer himself, because this company is focused on the efficiency of its production, and the efficiency can be achieved only when all workers are in good health conditions, not suffering, not injured, and so on. Another important aspect is the issue of in-depth medical examinations. In this company is quite efficient. They invest a lot. They built their own hospital, which is which has highly qualified experts, medical doctors. They are taking a lot of care for their employees, and we perceive them as the experimental sites where we piloted our different joint initiatives related to the improvement of the health care of employees and people in the remote areas. That is why, if you have any questions, this is a good opportunity. Hello. My question is as follows. Our section is remote occupational medicine as a primary health care. My question is as follows. How primary health care knows or learns about the pathologies revealed in place? Primary health care is not only emergency care, But first of all, this is the monitoring of chronic diseases. Right now, the way the medical services are provided is changing, and I'm talking about the government itself. What is the attitude and what are the changes that are taking place? This is a quite provocative question. Primary health care and remote occupational medicine are two different things, and we cannot ensure that they work as one major system. But we tried in our company to create the system that, as a medical provider, this is SIBMED Center. They work with us, they have the database, and they are the ones that control the work of our paramedic in places, in the fields, in our sites. We have some agreements with contractor organization for drilling, for construction, and so on. And they had some agreements with medical providers. So directly we were not able to work with them. And right now we decided to, time ago we decided to change the situation. So we try to settle all these issues because there are a lot of links in this chain. And that is why we try to directly work with the medical contractors ourselves. And we can be sure that this contractor keeps the database of all our employees, their health records, and so on. But what about the The digital twin is another good initiative that is implemented in Gazprom Neft for instance. Alexei was mentioning this. He was talking about the project that they have implemented successfully, but right now there is another initiative that is done by Gazprom Neft. At the first stage, we are digitizing the results of medical examinations. All medical organizations we work with shall be connected to a certain IT bus and shall transfer and supply all the information obtained for patients, for our employees, to this entire database. So you can understand that other medical providers can have access to this database because we work with different medical organizations. Gazprom Neft Yamal are the ambassadors because they created this system that doesn't allow the human factor to disturb the system. So all the records or health records for employees are kept in order. They are constantly monitored. The health issues are revealed on a regular basis, and all the doctors working in this medical posts, they are very attentive and very responsible, working with the patients, with the employees of the company. Besides, there is always opportunity to contact a neuro specialist through telemedicine opportunities. Of course, there are some problems like the legal issues, for instance, and the second is the software, because so the software should satisfy the needs of the client and should ensure and keep the necessary information and keep it safe. So the doctor that you trust will see the information. So through all this system, through all this software, you can have access to this database. And the medical partners that we trust and IT partners that design the software for us can get the access to this. And we have not so much time left, and we are about to create this digital twin and provide the access to the necessary data and the necessary information. So all the records will be digitized. Siberian Medical Center is also part of this, and we will have a single medical provider. And in Yamal, we are already piloting this. They will be all the information related even to the pre-shift medical examination will be included into this total software. So the role of a single medical provider is quite high. When the contractor has a patient that says, I have been working here for 50 years and I can check the blood pressure looking at the eyes, so the expertise of the medical workers is quite diverse. So they can be not so qualified and very qualified workers. So we want to make it standardized and meet the requirements of the customer.
Thank you so much, Lyubov. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I would like to announce that our next report will be in English. If you need the translation, you can take. There was just a small note. The question is quite pressing. And supporting the colleagues is a two-way street, as far as I understand. But it seems like the business needs it more than the state, than the government. Even though today it seems like a state hospital will have more benefits than us receiving the results of our medical examinations. Of course, as a business, we are also interested in it, and we will bear less costs if we cooperated more with the state with the state hospitals, because people are trying to hide some of their conditions, and they're trying to demonstrate that they're healthy and fit as a fiddle, but in fact it turns out that is not exactly right. And in a state clinic they read a book, medical record book full of diagnoses, so that would make it a two-way street for both of us, beneficial for both business and state. I'm so sorry, can you please tell me what company? You're from Surgut. Okay, from the city of Surgut. Regional center, state center. That's a great question that you started from the primary care. The topic was identified as primary health care, but for understanding of remote health care and business, it's one thing. With the state with the state hospitals, it's a little bit different. So our task is to join our vision in terms of understanding of primary health care and what it actually means. So we made a step towards that common vision. What is that? Lyubov told us about that. One of the previous speakers told us and touched upon this aspect about how important initiative from the customer is. And it actually doesn't matter who exactly that provider is. And they are trying to align the system when this information is transferred. But in principle, what I like about Gazprom Neft is that they're building a system of this primary healthcare, and this information is being collected and it's being stored there. And basically, it could be very irritating at some point, but we understand that this is something that is necessary for, and Gazprom Neft does the right thing. And I'm so happy that this report made so much room for discussion, and I hope that the discussion continues. And I'm positive that this was a right decision to make it, to start with the primary health care. Even though we do not have much time left, I know that, but I don't want to stop this discussion because it's very important. So the next speaker is from Croatia, and it's Mika Frano. The topic of the report is health as a business issue. And I now give the floor to Maxim, co-moderator. He will now ask Frano in English to start his report.
Good afternoon. Mika, we can hear you. We can.
Yeah, okay, so I can talk. Okay, I didn't know
You
that.
can start
Sorry.
now. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and very warm good morning from sunny Croatia. I hope you're having the same wonderful weather in Tomsk. And I appreciate very much to be invited to speak at this conference regarding health and a link to business. Well, I am a medical doctor, and of course, my first preoccupation is the well-being of all the personnel, especially about the workers. But let us see how we are perceived on the projects. It seems to me that we are perceived as medical doctors, the services who is giving a pill when somebody is having fever, stitching the wound when there is a wound, or sending persons to the hospital when we cannot manage it. Practically only reactive part of our job. But if we should apply the same logic at the fire, we will see that there are procedures, there is an evacuation plan, there is firefighting equipment, there are firefighting teams, there are a lot of things that are being done in order to prevent the fire. So why the health issues are managed in a different perspective, mainly reactive and not proactive? It's strange for a medical doctor to talk about business, about money. But as a medical doctor, I said at the beginning, I care very much about persons, about employees, and I want that our projects invest in health. I'm talking about investing, not about spending, because many years ago, since 10, 15 years ago, it has been proven through many studies that each unit, economical unit invested in health gives a revenue of 5 times. So if you invest $1, at the end you get $5. If you invest 1 ruble, you at the end of the day, you get 5 rubles. Because what we are doing, we respond to the emergencies, we treat sickness, but we are focused on the prevention of the diseases, promotion and protection of individual health, which means we are taking care that projects are running. There are no absenteeism, there are no presenteeism. The people who are healthy are also productive people. So health and good healthcare and well-being are extremely linked to the project performances. If we are concerning 360 degrees about employees' health, in order to protect the employees' health, to protect the company against any lawsuits, because if we see the costs of a health department, we can divide them in 2 parts. The visible or reimbursable one, which is like cost of medicine, cost of transportation, cost of hospital. But there is also a bunch of invisible costs that cannot even be retrieved from the insurance. Like cost of replacement, like damages paid for permanent or partial disability, total or partial, permanent or temporary. Loss of image, loss of knowledge, loss of experience. These are all costs that in a sick or rigid person cannot be clearly seen and cannot be retrieved from any insurance. So we are taking care about the employee. We are preventing the diseases, communicable and non-communicable diseases. We do manage the emergencies in the best possible way. So the outcome of any emergency is as favorable as possible for the patient or for the employee, to make him reintegrate in the working process. And as I always say, we take as much as care in assuring the business continuity of the operations. Having medical personnel on site instead outside of the organization, it's having a person who will take care not only of a individual's health and sickness, but also as a business. So health is a business issue. And medical department has to be involved in a business management of each and every project, in each and every process, starting from the risk assessment to the mitigation measures, and of course, management of improvement of individuals' health. If we agree that the employee is the most valuable asset, then they have legal rights, they could get sick or injured, they could have they could not be in optimal psychophysical condition, they have any problem. They, due to infodemia, they can have wrong information. They have chronic disease who have to be monitored. And at the end of the day, they desire and deserve to live long and healthier life, getting rid also of unhealthy habits. So all this has one answer. To manage all this issue has only one answer. It's health management system. When you have a health management, it means that you have a plan, that you have a program, that you have resources, and that you have a budget. and of course, indicators to follow the implementation of your program. Because what is health managed structured off is prevention activities, surveillance activities, health promotion activities, implementation of all these stuff, and last but not least, proper management of the emergencies. We have to control the costs. We have to control the costs because often we cannot rely on national healthcare system. We have to assure that the care, the adequate care for our employees is assured. But of course, that on a remote and extreme remote areas, we cannot have super specialized operational theaters. So we have to optimize the cost. We have to estimate and follow up the costs of medical departments per single employee. As I said, we have to have a budget. And during the bidding process, the medical department has to be involved in order to have the cost of medical services, health and medical. I'm not talking about medical services because many of them are retrievable from the insurance. But as I said at the beginning, there are so many, there is all the low water part of the iceberg that cannot be seen, and there are costs for the employee, for the company, and for the community. Now, a good health management system that is efficient brings benefits to the employees because it's longer working life, healthier and safer working environment, economic benefits, job satisfaction, job security, and happier life. It's good for the company because it lowers the absenteeism and presenteeism. The people are more efficient on the job, less cost for the medical case, loyal employees, increased profit, and increased productivity. Last, but I think the translation is off. Okay. And then for the society where these people are living, it assures less medical expenses, higher economical growth, healthier population, longer life expectancy, longer working expectancy, which generates the GDP, the BDP, and whatever. So we are creating a richer society. And if we have benefit from the employees, benefit from the company, benefit for the society, it's the ideal business case. It's win-win-win situation. So if we have a good, efficient, and properly budgeted health management system, this is a competitive advantage for each and every company, which means that productivity increases, cost effectiveness increases, competitiveness on the market, more contracts for the company, and the company growth. So even seeing just this one, health is a business factor, and it can be a competitive advantage of a company. If we just put few samples of having the proper health management in place and not having it, we will see that we have healthier employee, cost optimization, no litigation, satisfied employee, productive employee, reduction in medical treatment cost, reduction in emergencies, reduction in occupational diseases. And of course, we have a smooth and happy cohabitation with stakeholders, with all the people around the project, because they know that we are taking care about health, and that we are taking care about health. On the other hand, there is no need for the company to invent the wheel, and the revenues are going up. Of course, as I said at the beginning, we cannot treat everything and all possible cases on our sites. We have to find so-called the neutral point where we will assure the well-being of the people, the proper attitude and behavior of all the persons concerned, in order to have the optimum health and minimize the possibilities of premature death. So, one of the goals of medical health and medical department is to minimize loss and maximize gain. And isn't this one the goal of each and every business? So health was, and will be an integral part of business. The only thing is to convince our managers that the health is not just reactive, it's proactive, and good health management is good for business. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. My best regards to Professor Antipov and all of you who are there physically in terms, who are attending us online. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
Frana, огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much, Frana. We're eternally grateful for your support and your constant participation. But unfortunately, we are limited in our schedule and our time, and unfortunately, we probably don't have that much time for our questions. But I suggest, in case we have questions, we will write down the questions to you and then exchange it back to the address. It was a very interesting report. It demonstrated us how important this strive to healthy worker is and how it influences the business of Frana. Thank you so much. Hopefully next time you will come to Tomsk.
Мы продолжаем, коллеги, дальше. У нас...
And we shall continue, dear colleagues. We have a few interesting reports left. I think we don't have time for questions. The questions can be asked in writing, or you can talk to the speaker during the coffee break. The next reports will be given by Maxim Kurbanov. The report is called Organization of Medical Care in the Russian Federation Arctic Zone. 10 minutes. Hello, dear participants, dear colleagues. I will try to be very short because there are many issues I wanted to talk about, were already discussed by my colleagues.
Потихонечку начну. На самом деле,
the organization of medical care in the Russian Federation is a time-consuming and very hard process, and includes a lot of aspects. Which become criteria in the future, according to which our customers are able to assess the quality of medical services provided. This slide shows you the major criteria, so we will go slide by slide, but I will try to be very short. Who are the major consumers of our medical services? These are our employees, whom we provide these services. The first link in a chain, according to which we can assess the quality of medical services. The feedback from employees can be taken through several methods: stop cards or action cards, where employees may leave their positive feedback or negative feedback in some cases. Here you can see there are questionnaires. There are some equipment that with a smile or with a sad smile you can assess the quality of services provided. Availability of medical services, whether it is far away from the working facility, but we should not forget that we are all working in remote sites, and it is not advisable to have one single medical or health post that will provide a variety of medical services. It is better to have a few of them, at least two, with different services provided. The period when the person felt sick shall be minimized. By doing so, we reduce the risk of people getting too sick. This is the structure, one of the examples of one side where there are many structural divisions formed by us. So some of them are already closed because they were opened during the COVID problem. The structure is quite complicated. It includes the medical stations of different levels, and there are 4 emergency cars, which is also a positive factor, which reduces time for getting to the incidence case. We also did another very important thing. We introduced the dispatch operator that receives all the calls for medical services. So the call is centralized, but then the dispatch officer sends the claim to the corresponding medical station. Another important link is the equipment of the health posts. if everything is available in our health posts according to standards, everything will be good. But the next stage is readiness of any of particular equipment. Sometimes medical people may forget to charge the equipment, so all these matters should be strictly controlled to ensure the quick reaction to the call. Collection of statistical data is the next step. We need to understand what are the parameters of the statistics. This includes the information on the disease itself, what is the most popular or the most frequent disease in a particular area, and what is the dynamics, and the medical drugs provided. For example, in spring and autumn period, we have more flus and cold, and by doing these statistics, we are able to understand in advance what medical pharmaceuticals we might need. So these are the diagrams that the paramedics will have. You see there are some periods where the delivery with the supply of medical drugs fighting with flu or cold is higher compared to other months. Here we see the split of different levels of diseases related to COVID pandemic. Statistical indicators are also important for us to meet the key performance indicators that are set by some of the customers. This is the statistics for several periods. So we see the starting point when the statistics began to be collected. Here we see two examples. Seasonal aspect in people and cardiovascular diseases. You see that the effect was quite good, which means that the medical service was quite efficient. Statistical indicators are also important for planning your expenses. For example, using one example I would like to show you. Vaccination was planned to cover 100% employees. We bought the vaccines, delivered to the field, but then at the end, not so many people asked for these vaccines to be put. So the money was wasted because the vaccines expired, and the company decided to take some actions. We put videos on the TV. We did the leaflets and so on. So the number of vaccinated people vaccinated was increased. Then the organization of the so-called rescue team. These are the specially trained people that help us when they find an injured person. But here you should also collect the information and then arrange training to the people so that they act properly in such situations. In one of the offices there was such work done, people were trained, and we are trying to disseminate this best practice in the industrial site. Besides, another important link in the organization of medical care is sanitary hygienic supervision. Here we need to understand that the medical posts where they are located, especially in the Arctic zone, are quite difficult to control. quite often, for example, catering contractors that sometimes hide some aspects. You cannot always reach them to discuss any issues. Here it is very important to agree on all the preventive measures and plans and so on. There is also a need for the plan of so all the standards are unified, and we are designing the plan for the north route. We did a lot of work. He will help us, and in case we have any problems, we will use this plan for the future. There were a lot of things mentioned about the medical examinations, and properly, this is the preventive examination. If we prevent the diseases, we will get less cases of injured or sick people being evacuated. You see all the links. I will not repeat it once again because my colleagues already mentioned this, and I think you all understand what we are talking about. And the most important thing is when organizing the medical care, we need to stick to the legislation. We have to have license for the medical activity. We have to provide our activity within the normative and acts and regulations, and develop our internal local documents regulating our activity. Dear colleagues, that is all I wanted to share with you. If you have any questions, we can discuss them on the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim. I understand that it is very hard to share everything you wanted to share within the 10 minutes that you have, and everything that you implemented in the northwestern region, and there are many more questions that we would like to discuss, but I think that in general this report demonstrated the main challenges, the main problems that are being resolved by the medical provider, and the goal of this conference today is to initiate discussion which will continue on the sidelines and later on in our day-to-day jobs. So Maxim, I'd like to tell you that he is representing the development of remote health care in the northwestern federal district. So we can later discuss our future cooperation. I'd like to continue the topic of medical providers, but the provider is not the word that is probably something that has been used in Russian, but what we mean by provider, medical provider, is a company that organizes medical care on remote locations, remote sites, and MMC is what is this? The company of Prof Medicine or Prof Medicina, where the physician-in-chief Pyotr Burmistov works, and it's a very important topic, the analysis of work of the situational center of Prof Medicine Medical Center. So I hope we'll be able to analyze them and take a note. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me for such a honorable conference. Many questions discussed here are quite relevant for our company, and they will be also emphasized in my reports, and I will try not to repeat this that already had been said. Our project is quite young, just has been created not so long ago, and the driver for this initiative were the problems that already were enlisted, such as remotedness of objects, limited medical institutions, or complete inaccessibility in some ways. Med-evac sometimes not only takes hours, but in some cases days, and the medical specialists have different levels of expertise and competences. Sometimes a medic would not have enough competences to diagnose and treat certain patients. So we decided to create the situational center that would be resolving such challenges 24/7. A center where we could turn to and organize some processes that would be difficult to organize on site. Medevac, consultancy, and some document paperwork. What we wanted to see in this situational center is a single center for managing situations, emergency situation through direct contacts. We have a separate department of medical analytics that is analyzing gathers, analyzes, and provides future analytical information. We created that situational center based on an existing clinic called Clinics on Static, so that gave us some access to some doctors such as resuscitation, surgery, other special doctors and profile doctors. That's a general work algorithm. Situational center is here in the middle, top, and it interacts with medical specialist doctors, Ms. Medevac, paramedics, and helps to organize evacuation to different medical institutions, including state medical institution, and we also provide future follow-up all the way through rehabilitation. I will now present you some more data about the medical analytics that we were able to collect. Each day we receive a certain type of information that is being gathered and processed by our medical analysts. 57 objects are within our network, and over 345 critical situations or emergency situations. So they were different categories: emergency and urgent care, and several were telemedicine consult cases. Over here on the diagram, you can see that one case of death that happened right on site of remote location, and 3 more also resulted in death after medevac. Over here, and in the diagram on the top, I will shortly tell you about the diagnosis. The most risk group by age is 50 to 55 years. With this group, we have the most medical emergencies, medical help. Not as much traumas though, burns, traumas. It means that the workers, the employees, they are qualified and prepared. They comply with the SHE requirements, and there is not too much traumas and incidents, but they have a lot of problems with cardiovascular situations. That also probably has some reasoning about the physicals, the medical examinations. At some point, it has already been said that it could be formal to some extent. Some of them might be even not official, not officially made. So, but that also makes us look deeper into this procedure, because the in-depth medical examination is something that is extremely relevant to manage this group 50 to 59. Younger persons under 50, they are more typical to have traumas that might require some SHE training. As a follow-up, some more interesting data and the conclusions that we have come up with. For the rotation shift staff, it is curious that they do not have medevac or emergency situation. During our first report here, the first speaker shared their data about the rotation shift workers sinusoid. And I agree that when a person is in a rotation shift on a remote location, they have better lifestyle, they have better regime, and they are better protected. Once they go back, they have less strict routine, and it gets better. And we also need to say that with the medical response center, we can say that the level of emergency situation is close to the same as it would be in the city, so that we don't have as much medevacs, and we see that the existence of such centers as ours, crisis management MMCs, are doing a good job of screening in preventive medicine. It does give great results, and we can tell it based on the data from our objects, where there are both categories of rotation personnel and permanent personnel. Again, I don't want to repeat what has already been said, so maybe I'll answer some questions after the conference. Thank you so much, Piotr. It's an extremely important topic. Call center, situational center. I'm positive that for modern time companies, there should be always a structure that does such kind of medical support. And your data proves us in this assumption. So we will also talk about that after our official section. So thank you so much, Mr. Burmistr, for coming here. Thank you to your management. I really hope that we will get more chance to talk about it. Dear colleagues, we just heard two speakers who talked about medical providers. And I'll be honest, as far as I remember being a provider myself, it was not easy at all. It was kind of a complicated mission. Each customer would have their own requirements. Of course, the basic needs would be more or less the same, but the details are very, very specific. And for this work to be very aligned and coordinated, it takes a lot of effort, and it's quite important. A modern medical company has to be flexible, has to bear a body of knowledge, some competencies, the knowledge that would be valuable for the customer as well. I would call them expertise. Such knowledge can be called expertise that could help to form and align the right direction in relations to the work profile. Oil gas or mining, they have some specifics within them. And such companies, they accumulate expertise or values while implementing such projects. Now I would love to give the floor to the side of the customer, not medical provider. The customer is the affiliate of Gazprom, Transgaz Tomsk. As it has already mentioned, transport gas system, one of the oldest of the main assets of Gazprom, where the system of medical help has been formed. They have their own medical system service. This medical service implements strategic and tactical goals, and it is with great joy that I give the floor to the head of the medical service of Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk, Irina Voronova, medical doctor. He is a cardiologist herself, but now she's managing this big medical asset within Gazprom. Irina, please. We are out of our time limits with the schedule, but as I just said, you have the floor. The questions will be on the sidelines.
Hello, Sergei Anatolievich, dear colleagues. Let me talk about the major issues of medical issues in Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk. Can you put the slides, please? Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk is 100%
газопроводов проходят по 3 основным федеральным округам. Это Дальневосточный, Уральский, Сибирский.
So we have our fields, and we provide our services in 14 different regions. The production activity is ensured by 27 affiliates. 6 of them are service branches. Our personal medical infrastructure that is presented by medical service and 42 medical posts that are located in our affiliates, in industrial sites, and in remote facilities. Medical service is functioning for more than 30 years. In 2014, we had the construction of the safety pipeline, and in 2019 we built this pipeline almost more than 2,000 kilometers long, which passes through Yakutia, Amur, and Far East. Gas transport system within the zone of our company is dynamically increasing its production facilities, and by 2026 the total length will amount to 15,000 kilometers. The construction of the main pipeline, the Power of Siberia, required the development of new approaches to the medical care, and we took the necessary measures and to take into account the peculiarities of geography and territory where we work. The rule of the golden hour is not always possible to be used, and because we faced once a problem when on the section of the pipeline from Chedinsky field to Nierungri city, the length of 1,000 kilometers, we had only 3 central regional hospitals: Lenskaya, Alekminskaya, and Aldanskaya Central Hospital. So we decided to have 10 more medical posts and arranged the 24-hour medical service. So this is the pipeline system with the areas of responsibility. On this scheme, you can see the geographical coordinates. You can see it in more details right now. And the time expenses for evacuation. This system of medical assistance allowed completing the construction of the Power of Siberia pipeline without too many infectious diseases, with chronic diseases, and quickly provide the medical evacuation if it was necessary. We finished the construction of the Power of Siberia, and we need to continue our work. We have the medical posts in all our facilities. All this allows our medical workers to work properly and efficiently. On this slide, you can see the functional of our workers. It is quite diverse. These are qualified personnel. We provide all the necessary training to our medical staff in order to ensure their competencies, skills, professional and qualified learning. Besides, since we are working in remote places that are far from the central hospitals, it is very important to train medical workers to provide first aid training. That is why we developed the practice-based system, training system, starting from 2010 when we developed the program, and then we implemented the training using the special simulators. Then we were developing this system, and in 2021, as it was already mentioned today, we created our simulation center of immersive training of our of first aid treatment. Here we have to make sure that the medical workers trained in our center are able to provide the medical assistance within the minutes or even seconds. So this is in brief about the medical care in our society. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and wish you fruitful work. Thank you. Irina, very nice report, very clear. For us, it was important to hear that you mentioned the Power of Siberia. This is a very important project. This project is very important for us. It is very important for us that you are doing all this work because the construction of such a big project as the Power of Siberia requires a lot of effort and requires a lot of medical assistance and trainings and so on. So I'm very thankful to Paul Gazprom that are also our partners. I think we shall finish here our section. And I would like to thank each of you for your nice report. Very interesting reports. Of course, they require a lot of time to understand all the aspects, the key issues, the key ideas, but I'm sure we will have time for discussion. In conclusion, I would like to say a few words about Gazprom Transgaz Tomsk. We're extremely happy that their headquarters is in Tomsk, and our office is in Tomsk. Siberian State Medical University is also in Tomsk. These are the three organizations that set the tone for healthcare, and we are waiting for Vladislav Borodin to return. He is supposed to come tomorrow, so we prepared a three-lateral agreement between our organizations, and we expect to sign it tomorrow. So we are very happy that this happens in our life, in our experience. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. The next section will be on offshore, maritime and offshore medicine. We'll have a round table. Arctic healthcare. It will be done by a school tech. They have already started. So we shall begin our section. We will have some colleagues online today, so I would like Sergey to make a very important announcement. First of all, before we begin our session, I would like to say that I would like to congratulate Ilona Denisenko. She has a birthday today. She's like a star, celebrating her birthday on stage, working. Thank you very much, Ilona. You're a nice woman, a nice lady, a brilliant doctor. We wish you love, wealth, nice job. Please be happy. Thank you very much that you came today to Tomsk. We love you a lot and we congratulate you. So these flowers are for you and this small present. Thank you. The stars always celebrate their birthdays in Tomsk, so that is why I didn't hesitate for any second. So this was a very pleasant beginning of our work today in the session called Maritime and Offshore Medicine. So now we shall talk with people who are really interested in maintaining the health of their employees in remote areas. These are, in fact, three main players. Regulator, this is the government as the guarantor of the organization that maintains the health of citizens. Then the company, the employer. This may be private or state structures, and the employees themselves. So our colleague from Croatia said that society, employer, and an employee himself. So when we created the agenda of our session, we wanted to listen to the opinion of all the players of this process. And I hope we were able to do so, because we have the speakers from different fields, from all these levels of hierarchy. So I really hope that this discussion will be very fruitful and useful for all the stakeholders, both online and offline. The reports we will be listening to today are devoted to the problems that the maritime and offshore medicine is facing these days. These are regulatory issues, legislative issues, technical issues, and staff issues, of course. However, today we always mention personnel at the end, so I suggest we put them at the same level with other important aspects. At the beginning, we have, I would like to say that we have two reports online. One of them is from our foreign colleague. It will be very interesting, I'm sure, but a few recommendations. Please keep the time frames we know, despite the fact that we began later than it was planned, we don't want to be too late, so not more than 15 minutes, please. This is the maximum. As for the questions and answers, we will look at the situation, but we will manage it somehow. We would like to listen to the feedback from the audience. If we have time, at the end, we can have a small discussion. But even if we have time, we have plan B. All questions you can put them, or you can write them down, and the organizers of the conference will make sure that they are all posted online on our website, and we will open the discussion there. I'm as the chairman of the expert board of the association already noted down some topics for further webinars, and I think that our today's discussion will be quite fruitful and will give impetus for further interesting ideas. And memorandum will be created tomorrow, so some aspects can be part of that memorandum if they are critical enough. So please, the first report will be given by Yuri Grabsky. Russia is the largest maritime state. The length of the coastal line is more than 37,000 kilometers. The waters are more than 100,000 kilometers. So Russia is having its historical interest in the development of maritime activity, in developing the ocean, and underlining this interest these days shall have strong maritime medicine. Besides, in the recent version of the maritime doctrine, it includes the activity of the healthcare, of water transport employees, which is set as the priority of the maritime policy. But besides, we have the documents not only on the local level, but documents ratified by the Russian Federation and international documents. One of them is the Convention on Maritime Navigation, dated 2006, that is ratified by Russia. And in the corresponding section, it states that the seafarers shall be provided access to all the documents and regulations. Not so long ago, the agency was out of the state organization, and then it began functioning independently under the authorities of the Ministry of Healthcare. A couple of words about the international experience. In many foreign countries, the medical centers that address the tasks of healthcare, they are quite active, and according to our information, they are supported by the state. I will not talk a lot about such centers. There are too many of them. Almost all the big states have such medical centers that provide consultancy assistance, medical treatment, remote healthcare, telemedicine, and so on. But unfortunately, at our level, we cannot be proud of the same things. But nevertheless, there were corresponding decisions made, despite the fact that the establishment of seafarers' health protection system that was created in the Russian Federation is not that efficient, but we are trying to make it better. We're trying to develop it further. Nevertheless, there are such organizations, there are people that know what they should do in order to make these health protection centers functioning properly. Besides, we can say that the Russian commitments due to the convention are difficult to meet. And this is even included in the conception of the development of maritime medicine up to 2030, which is recognized as one of the critical problems which requires a lot of efforts to be solved. Enormous and urgent efforts. The same concept implies the creation of such maritime protection centers for seafarers in the Russian Federation. What have been done? There was a decision made in Archangels and the decision was regarding the location of such medical centers, and then it was decided to create a network of seafarers health protection centers in the Russian Federation throughout all the remote facilities. Later I will tell you in more details what these centers are about. The maritime doctrine I was mentioning already today. It also includes a section that states that the priority direction of the improvement of the system of medical and sanitary assistance is the creation of such multi-profile medical centers. Last year, at the meeting of the expert committee of the Maritime Council in St. Petersburg, we collected the corresponding suggestions on the creation of such protection centers in particular legal entities that is cities of the Russian Federation. Now a couple of words about the geography of such centers. On this slide you can see the cities where we have these situations, where we have such centers, that are ready to create. They have medical centers, but they are ready to make those medical centers as the health protection centers for seafarers. This will take a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of organizational issues will need to be addressed. But anyway, Murmansk, such cities as Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, Vladivostok, they have big medical centers that can provide additional services for seafarers in terms of their health protection. If we consider other directions like Novorossiysk, Rostov, and so on, Astrakhan, and there are some organizations that provide services to seafarers only. The issues of remote healthcare for maritime transportation are more urgent than for river transport. But the rivers are so long and so many of them in Russia. So that is why we can apply this both to sea and river transport workers. Thus, we created the headquarters in St. Petersburg that deals with the health protection of seafarers. At present, we did this first step. This center fulfills some functions that are presented on this slide. First of all, this is the organizational function that collects and analyzes information. Because at present, the major task that we need to tackle is the amount and scope, and as well as the need of further solutions regarding health protection of seafarers. Starting from the medical checkup to the regular medical examination, to in-depth medical examination, and so on. So many different aspects related to the maintenance of health of seafarers. This can be a pilot project, because these seafarers protection, health protection centers will be aimed at seafarers within the Federal Medical and Biological Agency. But these are the official seafarers working within the agency, and persons that get this medical treatment on a contractual basis. These are, of course, not people working on vessels, on ships in the Russian Federation. But unfortunately, the system is as such, so we're trying to rearrange it right now. So step by step, we will be reconstructing it, I hope. We understand that in the future, as soon as we collect all the necessary information and we understand what shall be our further steps, we will establish such centers not only in St. Petersburg, but in other cities as well. At present, we have the informational and analytical system called Maritime Medicine. All organizations within the agency are connected to it. They are part of this, and we hope that by the end of this year this system will be designed as a project, and it will be given a bigger scope, bigger scale, and bigger importance. What do we have as a result? Today, this was the first step, and there are the next necessary prerequisites and the first steps for the creation and of the health protection centers for seafarers within the agency of the Russian Federation. And the next step shall be the reconstruction, so to say, of the domestic system of seafarers health protection, and this will become an important factor for the development of sea and river transportation, for the achievement of strategic goals of the national maritime policy corresponding to the national and international requirements in the sphere of health care and safety of navigation. Today, Andrei Plutnitsky, Deputy Minister of Healthcare, is the person whom we strongly rely on, and we hope for his best assistance in our initiative. He helps us a lot already, but there are many problems anyway. This is regarding the regulatory aspect, but as for the ship owners and companies, not all of them understand the relevance of particular decisions. Everyone knows how to count money, but it is very difficult sometimes to explain the economic value of the project. The ship owners quite often say the following thing: why do we need to invest so much? We don't need doctors on every single ship. Nothing really happens. We have been working like this for quite a long time. But in reality, we understand that one case of medical evacuation from the Arctic Sea, even if it was positive, this is an operation. Not even taking into account the climatic conditions and the fact that we are in the water area, this is quite expensive. Of course, the problems can be solved by high quality pre-shift examinations. Right now we have finally the order of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation that regulates the medical examination of employees working on sea vessels. In May in Vladivostok, on the section of devoted to maritime medicine, we have been discussing these issues as well. We all understand that in-depth medical examination is more expensive than the regular medical examination, but anyway, we need to find the best solution so that neither party feels unsatisfied and unhappy. So our scientific community and the organizers within the healthcare system, we aim to reconstruct this system, which proved to be quite efficient, and we believe that it is very important to take care of the health of the seafarers, especially in the Arctic region. I think that we will not get and achieve considerable results if we neglect this important aspect. And I believe that this is a very important step towards our successful future in maritime medicine. So if all actors of this process, the regulatory authorities, the employers and the employees themselves will take it seriously and will take the necessary measures, only by uniting, this will be solved. Only by uniting our efforts we will be successful. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we can be very short, but I will try to answer them. Thank you. So we shall turn to the next report. Since we started a bit later, I suggest that right now we give the floor to our colleague from abroad, Tariq Gailan, head of the Moroccan Society of Marine Medicine. He is connected online. He's our friend. He is ready to join, I guess.
Тарик, я рад вас приветствовать.
Thank you, my dear. Well, I can't understand Russian, but I believe you are talking me to make my presentation. So first of all, I would like to thank all the organizing committee for thinking of the maritime medicine and also for inviting me. And in this field, I would like to thank my dear Ilona and my dear Oksana to invite me in this field. I'm really happy to make part of your family. And I would like to talk about something I like to talk about, which is maritime medicine, especially talking about telemedicine among seafarers in Mediterranean country, taking as example for examples, so Spain, Greece, France, and Morocco. Just a little introduction, just to talk about the interest of telemedicine to involve to health systems and care of patients. And this importance is very, very interesting in some sectors, like, for example, working at sea, given the nature of this work. So we can understand the importance of this technique, and also this is why work at sea has considerably helped the development of telemedicine in the world. 1935 was a great year because the Professor Guido founded the Centro Internazionale Radiomedico, which was the first international radiomedical center, which still work to this day, and he has an international projection. In 50 years, he treated more than 13,000 patients. And currently, telemedicine constitutes an essential element of the care of seafarers around the world, especially in developed countries. But some countries, especially in Mediterranean countries, are lagging behind in the integration of this technique in this marine world compared to other sectors. For example, we see example especially of Morocco and Greece. So what happened in Spain? They have the CRME, the Centro Radiomedico de España, the Spanish Radiomedical Center, which depends on the Social Institute of the Navy. So it's a public institution. It serves on board sea workers who request medical consultation via telematics or via telephone. The service works regardless of the navigation area or the fishing ground where it's located, also because it's a public service. It's connected to the National Maritime Rescue Center, so to coordinate an action of rescue if the case. Its works doesn't not end until the patient discharged or, if necessary, admitted to a hospital inland. The contact is made by radio telephony with a short and medium wave, but also with direct connection via telephone or by fax. So its mission is to give medical advice according to the queries of the patients, but also to inform, in case of necessary, the most suitable port when ground assistance will be, if in case of necessary. They are carried out of free of charge. It's public service, regardless of the nationality of the boat or of the patient. Some statistics last year, they have something like 1,287 cases. Almost were Spanish vessels. And in the consultation, the majority was for illness, some consultation for accidents on board, and around 60% the cases came from fishing fleet, and 40% came from merchant navy. More than 133,000 calls and more than 42 patients have been answered since its beginning in 1977. An important element to facilitate the work of the doctor in the Centro Radiomedico is the onboard first aid to help to choose accommodate treatment, and the health guide on board, el guía sanitario a bordo, that helps to the diagnosis of the illness. Another example in Greece, telemedicine among seafarers in Greece. So the Greek telemedicine program started recently in 1989. It's allowed in Greece, but there is some difficulties. We will see why. The main provision of telemedicine services in Greek, there is some legislation, the law 3984. It's some public hospitals include operation of telemedicine, like the Great Hospital of Alexandroupolis. There is other use for telemedicine in Greece in tourism field, for example, for inaccessible mountains or aliens region, and also in penitentiary establishments operating in remote or inaccessible areas. So according to the geography of Greece, there is many islands, many mountains, so it's a good solution there. Also, there was a great opportunity with COVID-19, which was a great opportunity for developing these techniques, because telemedicine was authorized in an exceptional manner with creation of teleconsultation systems for patients with COVID-19. But there is some difficulties. First, there is no special license for telemedicine services. Also, there is no special training required for physicians in this field. And telemedicine services are mainly offered by the public sector. There is a great network there, the Greek National Telemedicine Network, and it's extended throughout the whole territories, especially in islands. In 6 years, they attended more than 10,000 persons, which is a great number. There's also some telemedicine services through private hospitals or private healthcare units, but unfortunately, which important for us, there is no special telemedicine care for seafarers. They used to use the International Radiomedical Center of Rome in Italy. And also there is some private clinic like Ship Medcare, which present this service. So it's a great technique in Greece, used in many sectors, but it has to make some effort to use it in the maritime sector. What happened in France? They have the Maritime Medical Consultation Center, le Centre de Consultation Maritime Médicale de Toulouse, which created within the Haute-Garonne SAMU of Toulouse and the University Hospital of Toulouse. The SAMU is the urgent medical assistant. Telemedicine consultation is operated with clinical data transmitted by the onboard care manager, but also remote transmission of medical data, like, for example, digital image or electrocardiograms. The CCMM can be contacted by means of radio, with GSM, but also by satellite communication directly or via the CROSS. CROSS are the regional centers of maritime rescue. The call arrives not directly to the medical center, but to a call reception and regulation center, which depend on the SAMU. I told you the SAMU is the service of the urgent medical assistance. And there is some agent there who try to respond to appellant's file and try to make regulation and to assess the urgency of the call, and later transmit the call to the doctor of the CMM, which is stationed there. So when the call arrives to the CCM, it's useful to have previously completed the medical observation form, like we saw at our right on the top, which collects some data concerning the patient, especially symptoms, but also location of the pain or of doleance, to help the doctor to assess a good diagnostic. The system responds to any emergency medical request, but also vital emergency like chest pain, like loss of consciousness, like coma, like respiratory distress, like cardiac arrest. Last year, they made something like 6,483 telemedical consultation, 28% in commercial ships, 60% in fishing vessels, 25% in passenger ships, and 11 in pleasure vessels. The telemedical consultation of the same doctor results in care on board, almost the case, 74%. Landing, when it's the situation, it's not good, 11%. A diversion of all the vessel in 3%, a health evacuation in 6%, or a medical evacuation with a doctor in the helicopter in 5%. He has another role, which is training. So it's a medical training of those responsible on board care. They have a great platform on this website dedicated to this. So what's happened in my country, Morocco? Telemedicine in general, it's a recent story. It started in 2018 with a decree. So we have regulation in this field. And according to this regulation, establishments which organize telemedicine activity must have an agreement. So not everyone can, or not every service can have telemedicine service. It must have an agreement from the Ministry of Health, which specifies the conditions of existing of this activity. So the Ministry of Health and an association, the Moroccan Society for Telemedicine, are now equipping pilot seats located in rural and isolated areas for the realization of teleconsultations. Like the picture we saw on the top, they are covering both the general medicine, but also specialties identified as priorities, especially gynecology and pediatrics. And recently, a national plan will be developed and implemented for this technique. Also, like in Greece, COVID-19 was a great opportunity in this practice to be developed here in Morocco. For seafarer, it was a request for our association, Moroccan Society for Maritime Medicine, for a long time to implement telemedicine for seafarers. And recently there was implementation of telemedicine system in African countries. It was a request for this implementation. It was a resolution of the COMAFAT seminar. COMAFAT are countries of the west of Africa. The seminar was called What's Protection of Fishermen Through the Promotion of Maritime Medicine. And the main resolution was the implementation of telemedicine in these countries. And recently in our 7th National Congress Maritime Medicine, we had 2 conventions in this field. First one with between us, Moroccan Society for Maritime Medicine, and Spanish Society for Maritime Medicine, and another one with the Ministry of Fisheries. Both of conventions has a priority to improve telemedicine for seafarers, especially fishermen. And we have a new journey in 2 months, in November 16, when we will start our project of telemedicine with the help of the CCM of Toulouse, le Centre de Consultation Maritime de Toulouse, which is invited to this event to explain French experience in this field, but also to start with us. It will be a special service because the call will go to France and treated by French doctor, which will coordinate with Moroccan doctor, and Moroccan doctor will talk again with the fishermen, because now it's all only in fisheries, not in all maritime field. So we'll coordinate with the fishermen about the care, because there is some problem of language. So fishermen cannot talk French, so it's a special way. So the medical doctor in Morocco is like a doctor, but also is making like a translator between France and the fishermen. Just a small word about Mermaid, which is an European Union financed maritime telemedicine project with global reach and 24-hour multilingual capacity to serve multinational crews working in the isolation of the world oceans. It provides model of the provision of healthcare services based on the electronic transmission of medical information via ISDN-based video conferencing. This model is not limited to medical diagnosis, but also encompasses all cases in which the actual delivery of healthcare services involves a patient who is not located where the provider is. So its implementation requires some conditions. So an extensive telecommunication infrastructure, of course, that includes both satellite transmission for ship-to-shore communication, but also an extensive ground-based network for summoning expert medical help from around the world so as to meet the project's multilinguality. It utilizes advanced land-based line transmission technologies to aid the remote patients by making available the specialist care that is best suited in the particular case. So in conclusion, I'm sorry to be late. Telemedicine for seafarers in Mediterranean countries involves diverse systems. There is 2 good models, France and Spain. The Greece, there is a need for effort to extend this service to seafarers, okay, to have their own service. And in Morocco, it's a beginning story. just say that Mermaid is the future of the telemedicine for seafarers. Spasiba and thank you.
Большое спасибо, Тарик. Очень интересный.
Thank you so much, Tariq. It's a very interesting report and very detailed report.
Чем различаются системы в различных странах. Приятно слышать, что действительно вот в Средиземноморском регионе установлено такое тесное взаимодействие между разными государствами. Все это правильно и делается для сохранения здоровья моряков. Уважаемые коллеги, есть ли вопросы к Тарику? У меня вот есть два небольших вопроса. Любая телемедицинская консультация предполагает, собственно, два участника. С одной стороны, это тот специалист, который находится на берегу, вы их назвали. А кто получает эту консультацию на борту судна? Вот у вас статистика неплохая по разным государствам. Все-таки это что за люди? Кто потом оказывает помощь?
Who is providing this assistance on board? Maybe for different countries it's different, but you might know. Who are the persons who are helping on board? Provide medical assistance on board.
So I'm in board. There is a health manager. So it's like the intermediate between the patient and the doctor in the medical center. So usually the patient is near this health manager. It's like a health officer. Okay, he has an information. He had a training in the health system, in the health managing, in the safety and health and safety on board. So he has some training in this field. He has also the book, the Guia Medica, medical guide for seafarers, and also he has the patient in front of him. So he make like translation between the medical center and the patient.
Спасибо, понятно. И в продолжение тоже вот такой короткий вопрос.
Continue.
Если этот менеджер, по сути,
If this safety manager or healthcare manager, it's not a doctor as far as we understand, then, except for the difficulties with knowing and not knowing some languages,
что, собственно, нужно делать?
you can hear me? Okay. There might be also difficulties of not knowing what to do if this person, this health manager, is not a doctor. Then the question is, who is training the telemedical centers to solve such problems? Who is in charge or who is training the safety or the healthcare officers and medical centers? Who is in charge of that training?
Well, I'm more fine to talk about this with an expert, with you, with Ilona Denisenko. But anyway, you know that there is international regulation, STCW, which makes standards for training for all the crew members. So every crew members has to make a special training in this field. It's an obligation. It's an international regulation. For doctors in the medical centers of telemedicine, there is a special training there. So special training in telemedicine, okay, but also they must have a training in health, in maritime health. So it's both information, but for formation training of crew members and for doctors are different.
Большое спасибо. На эту тему можно много обсуждать. Это крайне интересно для нас. Огромное спасибо, Тарик. Мы рады будем продолжать с вами сотрудничать.
This might be a topic that could be discussed for a really long time. Thank you for taking part in this conference. Please stay with us. It will be even more interesting.
Dear colleagues, since we...
Всего доброго. Я предлагаю...
So I suggest we introduce minor changes into the agenda of today's program. Since the topic of international experience was mentioned, and Tariq was saying more words about Elona, so I suggest we give the floor to Elona, and maybe we will be able to address some of the issues. So thank you. Now the floor is yours.
Алло. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Огромное спасибо за такой сюрприз, за поздравления и за возможность быть сегодня с вами.
Dear colleagues, thank you for giving me this opportunity. What we have right now in terms of the medical healthcare of seafarers is a three-level system. Since doctors, there are no doctors on ships. There are only doctors on very large cruise ships or research vessels. On any other vessels, the health of sunk people is their own business, is their own problem. But how the system is built right now? On the ship, one of the officers, senior officers, is responsible for health care. He also performs special or passes special training courses, more expanded. Then there is a reference book on every ship. This is a guidelines for maritime medicine that describes all cases of manipulation and what shall a seafarer do. We often talk to seafarers and what they shall to do, and quite often they respond that this is not their business. There are some exceptions, of course, when people show a lot of interest, of course, but normally they say, we don't want to be doctors. Please. But please make them readable and understandable, because this medical and regulatory language is not clear for us and we don't understand what it says in reality. So these maritime protection centers exist throughout the world, but there is one problem that you mentioned, is that we lose some of the information while translating these documents. For example, if a Russian seafarer talks to an Italian doctor, they don't understand each other, even with the translation. The World Health Association had a project together with ESMA, which is a European space agency, to launch several satellites that would consult ships where the doctors could talk the same language with the seafarers, but it remained the project. In Rome, for example, when they tried to build the communication with the between the doctors and the seafarers, and there were some automatic translators that were used to support the communication between the doctors and the seafarers, but it never worked well. But there was some facts in the history that the medical regulations and the instructions for the seafarers confirm that there are medical regulations regarding the behavior and actions of the seafarers on ships. But the 20th century in the United States, back in 1790, there was a federal legislation adopted according to which one American ship weighing over 150 tons should have the medical kit. They were supposed, and it explained how to treat certain diseases. In the USA, it was called the Medical Guide. In Spain, there are several guidelines, medical guidelines, that were translated into Greek language. Then there is a Norwegian and guide, and Finland had its own guide as well. The Denmark have 3 maritime medical manuals, 3 different ones issued by different authorities. The ones on the left but it was considered one of the best ones that was adopted and understood by most of the medical workers, not medical workers, but the seafarers working on ships. But since the globalization is somehow related to UN mission, the World Health Organization was controlling strictly all these issues of the guidelines and manuals, no matter what they were called. And currently, the WHO has 3 editions. The latest version dates back to 2008. And when it was published, everyone that knew something about the maritime medicine had a lot of questions. The medical kit didn't have the quantitative list. There was a list of drugs and medicals, but for example, does it mean that a ship owner shall put 1 pill against headache, and that would be okay, because there was only a list of medical drugs, but no the amount was contained. We are a small organization, and every 2 years we have the election of the board of directors, so we are changing, we're improving all the time. So we addressed this question to the World Health Organization. They were confused and surprised that quite a young organization there to ask a question to the WHO, but due to some discussions, they confirmed their mistake, and in a year after the publication in the journal Maritime Medicine in Poland, they published the addition to the latest guide, which included the amount and quantity of drugs. The most interesting thing is that when we were discussing with colleagues from WHO, they told us that despite many talks with colleagues dealing with maritime medicine, the list at the end was taken from one of the medical list of special UN forces in Africa. So there was not full understanding what the seafarers really need on board. What medical drugs do they really need? Some time ago, before the pandemic, we issued a special list for yachts. And currently, there are 3 manuals or guides. The one that I mentioned, the 3rd edition of the WHO, the Denmark edition, and the UK edition that many countries really like. In 2019, when I was the president of the Maritime Health Care Organization, I was initiating the new book, the new guide for seafarers and fishers, because the book of 2008, even after 5 years, it becomes obsolete. In 2019, I was able to reach the International Palace of Seafarers in England that were interested in the problem and asked whether we would be able to do it, and I said yes, we can. We had the first meeting, and then there was a pandemic, but nevertheless we were able to arrange online meetings. Hugh Stanner is an English doctor that have been working for quite a long time in Norway in maritime medicine. She left for 1 year in order to lead the writing of this book, of this guide, and she was elected because she is the native speaker of English language, because it was very important since the book was supposed to be published in English. I brought one sample of this book. You can read it, you can look at this during the break. What we did for the first time is that we prepared some tables that you can take and use in case of urgency or emergency. A medical kit is also a separate booklet, so that you can take it with you and read through it, not without taking the whole book. The guide, there were 2 international teams writing the guide. One was responsible for the text itself, and the other group was responsible for the list of all medical drugs. So we tested, we analyzed everything so that there are alternatives in each country. So if it is impossible to supply or deliver a particular drug to the ship, then in this book we provide the alternatives. Then the telemedicine centers and pharmaceutical centers also took part in this book. We used the workers that really work, medical workers that really work on ships and know what situations can happen. The text is written in a very simple language, and it will be understood to all the seafarers that are not medical workers. These are the countries that showed their interest in buying the book, the new guide. 2 weeks ago, Panama recommended all its ships using this guide, but not the previous WHO guide. These are a few more manuals. These are the model courses. In 2019, when we started our work, there were a lot of comments saying that these trainings for seafarers are irrelevant, but first we decided that it should be a book first, and then the courses shall be adopted based on the book itself. So that is all. Thank you. This is the old logo of the IMHA agency. Once again, I believe that what we have, that the doctor should consult a doctor. It is not included into the book. A captain or a patient himself. In case of emergency, in case of any medical problem, they shall contact the center of the radio or telemedicine and use this information for the treatment of the patient and do the necessary manipulations. Thank you. Thank you, Ilona. You were bright, brief, very nice to listen to your reports all the time. You always bring something new. You always bring some gifts to us. So if we have any questions from the audience, this is the right time. I have only one question. You showed a very diverse, quite a variety of different editions in different countries that can be used for seafarers. The most important thing is the terminology. The question is as follows: how do you ensure the unity of terminology? This should be the unity of use and understanding, because the translation, of course, can be different. Even the translation of simple words from English into Russian can be understood differently. How do you solve this problem, or how did you manage to solve it? This problem concerns all international documents. Since the working language, the main working language is English, then based on my experience in the agency, while working with some document, sometimes you spend several hours or even a day thinking how to put it properly in your native language. That is why we chose this native English person as a editor-in-chief. She is a doctor. She has good English language. But nevertheless, some phrases, some terms were discussed a lot. This was a real teamwork. This is not just a translation. This is about everybody involved, and we were discussing, negotiating, and coming to a common decision. Thank you very much. So we shall move further.
Our international experience. Now let's go back to more local problems, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Igor Kovalchuk, who is the first deputy chairman of the Russian seafarers trade unions. And no one knows about the problems of seafarers more than the seafarers themselves. We can speak a lot about the interests of employers and owners of the ship owners, but we have a person here who actually works somewhere in the remote objects or in sea. So please, Igor, you have the floor. Thank you, Yuri. Our problem is practical. It is a problem that I would like to unveil and to go in depth with that. Maritime Labor Convention, or MLC, sets a standard for medical certificate for seafarer. And this certification proves that a person is apt to work on board. So this standard includes several requirements, list of medical organizations describing what the medical exam should look like, and the template of the medical form. We need to admit that it took a long time to prepare this document, but one issue was not resolved, which is the identifying the list of medical organizations that are allowed to do medical exam. So as for now, any medical institution that has medical licenses is allowed to do it. From the viewpoint of our trade union, it would be better if such medical boards would be more professional, meaning so that there would be doctors who understand what seafarers might experience on board, what factors might be there, change in time zones, climatic zones, and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, we are grateful to the ministry, also to the Ministry of Transport, because they were promoting that document. But we are grateful to the Ministry of Health that that document saw the light of day. And now we have a document to work with. Of course, this document can be improved. Along with our gratitude, we also have some comments and suggestions about what could be improved. First, the requirements of ratified conventions, international conventions, are not taken into account. For example, there is okay, I forgot to switch the chart, I'm sorry, the slide, I'm sorry. First of all, there is no way to disapprove this or to review the opinion of the certificate. This is a requirement that is included in MLC, and this is something that also has done with the providing diplomas to the seafarers. Also, the medical template for the certificate is not in line with STCW. It's STCW. That includes, for example, requirements to hearing, to sight, and that should be also specified, and it's not. Also, there is no way to identify some problems with health, some health issues that might interfere with persons' work in certain climatic areas or the length of the trip. So these are the questions that are still open, even though we tried to pay the attention of Ministry of Health to take that into account. Also, when the text was still under development, we found that there is a need to match the requirements of a general checkup or medical examination that is being provided according to the MLC section number 51, and a certificate for Charter, Section 29.29, for the special conditions, hazardous conditions of labor. So there was an intention to match and unite those two, so that the results that were obtained in one of the above-mentioned medical examinations would be also accepted for the other one. This way, it would be possible to have only one medical exam instead of two. Since it seems to me that the seafarer's medical exam is quite comprehensive, and it covers also the Section 29N. Another point is that this medical examination also applies to marine pilots. The list of diseases over there is not indicated as for the marine pilots, so there is kind of a legal contradiction there, and we are not sure how this should be applied. Another point is that a question of students has not been resolved. Students who are in colleges or universities, and then the specialty is maritime, and sometimes it is required during first or second year of instruction. At the same time, international requirements, which will probably now be replaced by the Russian ones, it does require and presupposes some special attention to the students, because those are young people who are going to the sea for the first time, and they might be still, as we say, very young. We need to take special care of that. Another important point that is being especially regarded by the employers is that the amount of specialist doctors has been increased up to 12 specialist doctors, who also, and additional lab results are needed. So normally a lot of licenses are needed by a medical institution that is supposed to provide this medical examination. Sometimes it just takes time to find the right institution that has the right licenses and the suitable equipment. It led to the medical exams taking up longer time than previous and costing substantively more. According to our code, employer pays for the medical exam, but also there are, so to speak, independent sailors or independent seafarers who might be also working for international vessels, and when they are going to be employed, they have to have already a finished medical examination, so they have to pay personally for such things, and it's quite expensive. Having said all that, we suggest that the incompliances that we identified should be taken care of, and it would be great if some improvements are made. Also, there is a work in progress on the first aid kits or medical kits on board. For many years, there has been no document that would regulate that medical kit. And just recently, a new legal document was prepared to state the requirements for that, but it is also not in compliance with international documents. To briefly characterize it, there are two medical kits that are included: basic first aid kit and captain's medical kit that presupposes more advanced help, but it is being stored at the captain's deck. At the same time, this document does not include any recommendations on the amount or the quantity of the drugs, on the pharmaceuticals, medical substances that is supposed to be in this kit. And we think they should depend on the time of the trip, on the persons, individuals on the on board's needs. Also might be dependent on the character of the freight that is on board. At this time, we have regulations of WHO that we hope will be taken into account. But generally, I think the principle will remain the same even with the new document. Since I talked about the points that could be improved, this also needs to be worked on. And at the same time, the project also is not compliant with STCW. The main problem with our practice is about the narcotics or substances of such nature. They are not regulated currently. Hopefully, this will also be regarded in this document. Our dream will be regarded in this document, and this document is still in the draft condition. Russian navigation community suggested to create a work group in order to process and develop this document together with the Ministry of Health for it to be compliant with all the requirements, all the necessary conditions. That's about it, and I would like to make a quick comment about the presence of doctors on board. In general, MLC states that the document or the state or the country that is a part of MLC should decide for themselves whether a doctor is needed or not. But I think that, for example, the Arctic is a very specific region where doctors are needed on board. it is directly connected to the fact that we're not sure about the quality of connection. We're not sure that a helicopter can come over fast enough, since not only is it far, then the weather conditions might be challenging for a helicopter to come by. So I think I would support doctors present for the Arctic region. On the other hand, the owners of the vessels, of the ships, will probably not be happy with that because it's additional costs. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear that you and I are on the same page about the interests of seafarers. You listed the questions that's been of concern for us for a long time. And since we are talking today about remote objects today, the maritime medicine is a special story because the objects are remote, but they also moving, and they can become at some point completely autonomous. So the medical workers on board should be ready to stay on their own, and there will be no medevac, there will be no telemedicine at all. But according to this principle, the military doctors are being prepared. Any questions? If you will allow, I will ask some questions myself about you to tell about the medical commission and this new document. I will now say that this is a new condition that allows to make an appeal of a medical certificate. Seafarer can appeal and it will be reviewed. Do you have any statistics about that? We don't have any statistics about that. We can only learn about such cases if some seafarers turn to us, if their interest was not taken into account, but so far there's been no things like that. What are the next steps about the situation? Because already last year the document that regulates the medical examinations was not something that everyone was happy about, but still it was ratified. So and the one before that was then cancelled 2 years after. But in short, what are the next steps that do you think we need to take from your side, as we have several representatives here from Board of Management, of Maritime Board of Management. What are your ideas? I think that we should be using any platforms available in order to promote an adequate document that regulates maritime medicine. I think it might be also a three-way commission or a three-way group with ship owners, trade union, seafarers trade unions, and government Ministry of Health. If our colleagues support it, then it might be also reviewed by, for example, Minister Golikov and someone else, and some adjustments would be made. I also would like to pay attention to the employers' representatives, ship owners, employers. Please take a note of what's being said about the government regulation. Even though we might say something is formal, something is not adequate, without such discussions, we are tied. Our hands are tied. And of course, people find different ways to save people. But the less there are barriers there are, the less problems for seafarers. Shortly about the appeal. In our procedure, the appeal is not something that is being legally approved or prescribed. A person goes to one doctor, they don't get a permit, don't get a positive medical examination, then they go to a different hospital and a medical center, and then they receive their medical examination in a different medical. For example, cholesterol level. There is no understanding, for example, what to do with cholesterol level. On the other hand, our colleagues from Norway have quite a well-written instruction about what to do in such cases. So a name of a doctor, it is being written down somewhere. Not so long ago, Singapore colleagues turned to us and they asked us, please show us where there is this name of this doctor on your website. So we told them, like in Norway, how it's been done. And they were quite satisfied. But in our case, there is no evident requirement for that. Like in Norway, they have stated in the law that if you don't want to give permit in your medical certificate to a seafarer, so you have to prepare a person about why it is happening, what is going on, and then forward them to some other specialist doctor. And there is a special description of what a seafarer can do in case they want to appeal. In our case, nothing like that exists. Also, there is another manual that's called International Manual on Maritime Medicine. It's a short manual. For example, stenting. What is done if there is a stenting has been done? And it's quite clear that this is, if you had stenting done, then you cannot work alone. You have to work in pairs. So it's pretty descriptive. And we all understand that this is something that has to be probably more specific. For example, 50 plus above 50 seafarers need to have closer attention, since I understand that a more experienced marine pilot who is over 50 is an extremely great specialist who can make great decisions better than the less experienced colleagues, young colleagues. So this all needs to be taken into account. Thank you so much. This is quite an interesting position about this international experience. And I think we all need to take note of such comments that sometimes you don't have to be afraid to change legal regulations, to try to change legal regulations. Sometimes it is something that needs to be done.
Konstantin Logunov is the lead expert in this sphere that we're discussing today. He's a professor of St. Petersburg University and the worker of the National Healthcare Association. I understand that your report will be a concept solution. I hope you will keep the time limit, but we will be interested in discussing it. Dear colleagues, first of all, thank you very much for this honor to be present here at this conference. Today I will talk about the real situation and how our Russian vessels get their medical treatment. Of course, there are different approaches, both abroad and in Russia. They can be classified differently as well. At the previous conference, we discussed the fact that there are the same problems, but they are classified, ranked, and analyzed differently by different experts. But we try to generalize all the approaches of the ship owners and insurance companies and other players. Then they put medical examination at the first place. Then, in terms of the importance, according to the market players, is the medical assessment on board itself, then all other problems. And let me remind you that these are not problems related to the economics, to the finances. This is the subjective opinion of the market players. And later I would like to describe all of these problems and how they are tackled. Despite our modern conditions and sanctions, navigation is the international business, and it will be such in the future as well. No matter from what port you're going, then you will reach any international port. So we will have to take into account the international standards, the international mentality, and so on. At present, medical assistance on board is provided to Russian vessels within 3 major documents. First, international conventions that are Russified. The Constitutional Court gives some explanations that some of the parts of this convention can be excluded and not taken into account. There is also the federal law on the basics of the health safety of citizens in the Russian Federation of 2011, and there is a labor code of the Russian Federation that describes the rights and obligations of the parties. So what are the problems and how they are solved? Medical examination, both in Russia and in abroad, the medical examinations in terms of investments are not effective. This is the statistics. 80 injuries, 80 diseases, 20 traumas and intoxications. So in 80 cases out of 100, these are different diseases. So nevertheless, there are 3 documents that we have to rely on. There is a governmental degree, there is an order of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation, and we have to stick to them strictly. There are some positive moments, but there are some problems as well. For medicals, they are convenient to use. You don't need to think. They list all the requirements according to which you can state whether the person can begin his work or not. Besides, some parts of the medical examination can be compensated. So if you pay it with your own money, from the point of view of science, we were analyzing all these documents and thought that some of them are not quite efficient. The others do not confirm the investments made. And now we need to understand what are the problems on the ship that people mainly tackle and how to solve them. If there is a medical center, everything is clear. Everything is clear and regulated by documents, and people working in these medical healthcare centers simply need to stick to the rules. If the diagnosis is wrong, who will be responsible for the result? Then we need the necessary equipment, which is very expensive. But nobody ever compared the efficiency and the benefits of the medical center and the telemedicine. And then if there is a medical center or station at the vessel, then everything is clear. Life shows that all the problems can be solved. Russian vessels have all the necessary drug kits and all the necessary medicals with them that do not violate any regulations or medical legislation. Of course, there are cases when people working on vessels, they steal drugs and use them for their own purposes, which cannot be done. And we have, as the managers, we have to take the situation very seriously and try to avoid the situations to happen. Regarding the guidelines that are used on boards, then, as my colleague already mentioned, there are different guides and manuals translated in different languages, but again the problem of the terminology still exists, and we all have to take this into account when we use either of the editions. The expertise is another issue. But all these problems can be solved. Even the quick analysis shows that on the market of medical services, for the maritime vessels, there are many players. Services are sold, provided, and accepted differently and separately. For example, Medical Center 2, they provide services for maritime companies. There are private clinics that also do the medical examinations. There are services, call center services that provided by some companies. And there was even a chain of pharmaceutical or drugstores that sell drug kits to maritime vessels. Lately, there are organizations on the market that provide complex a set of services, everything at once, as they say. Emergency response plans, drug kits, and so on. In the future, as I understand, these health protection centers for seafarers should be focused on, but this is still in progress, as I understand. At present, they do not exist. However, and there is another problems that some of the drugs are difficult to buy on the market right now, but in Russia they are trying to urgently substitute the international drugs with the domestically produced ones, and this is one of the examples. For example, maritime medicine, commercial. This is the commercial proposal. And all the problems that the ship owners may face can be compensated with the help of these medical packages that are offered by some companies. There is also a lack of normative regulation to explain why these products are very expensive, and they cannot be cheap because you have to take into account many peculiarities and build difficult relations with the supervisory boards, with the regulating authorities, so that everyone complies with the regulations. I think that is all. Thank you. Very interesting report. Thank you. Questions, please. I have one question. You mentioned the classical medical assistants. When a doctor comes on board and provides medical help, and telemedical assistance you are more prone to the classical approach, right? Considering the words of our colleague from Morocco, he said, he was talking about the positive experience of telemedicine. The international experience is good, but our practice, considering the geography and some legal issues, we are somehow forced to use the so-called classical approach. Am I correct? When answering this question, I have to consider two aspects. There are legal frameworks that we cannot violate. Within these frameworks, it is less expensive to put a medical worker on board, because at present due to lack of regulation and with the presence of some rules like doctor and doctor, there are a lot of things that have to be settled for the doctor to be allowed to set on board. But nevertheless, it is still less expensive than bringing a doctor through the helicopter to a ship or by boat and so on. But from the logic of development of medicine, it is more efficient to have to avoid having a doctor on board. There are different gadgets, there are different tools and devices that are able to even transmit the smell at long distances. There are devices that can do the manipulations, that can inform the doctor 1,000 miles away from the patient what is his physical condition, what is his state of health. So, but unfortunately, this is too expensive these days and difficult to fulfill on Russian ships, at least. Thank you very much.
So now we have come to the next question, which is logically following the previous one, is about first aid training for crew members. Our colleague Eduard Beskishki will now connect to us online. Mr. Beskitsky is the Admiral Makarov State Maritime Academy Associate Professor, and as for today, he is he's a leader in his sphere, and apart from his personal experience in maritime medicine, he has been teaching and training specialists of non-medical specialties. He's been teaching how to make first aid training. We know we have first aid, a legal notion of first aid here in Russia, but according to the international norms, it's medical care, and in our legal field, it's a different legal thing. So a non-medic, from what it seems to be, cannot be prepared to do doctor's job. But it seems like that Eduard Bizhitsky actually knows how to solve this task. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me well? I don't know why my camera doesn't seem to be functioning, but we can hear you. That's important. That's what's important, dear colleagues, esteemed guests, Mr. Grabsky, and I would like to congratulate Ilona Denisenko. She has a birthday today. Happy birthday, and stay in good health, please. That's most important. I've been watching and listening to the reports. Some of them been experiencing troubles with the sound, but now it's okay. And I wanted to make comments about almost every report. Of course, we don't have that much time, but I will start with my presentation, which is about first aid training for crew members on board. We understand that both MLC and STCW conventions, they both require a specialist to provide first aid. My presentation actually only contains extracts from MLC and STCW. Added to that, I have some extracts from Miss Ilona Denisenko's international manuals. So it's all about international requirements. So according to such requirements, first aid and medical care needs to be provided to persons aboard. But unfortunately, there are no legal documents that would regulate that here in Russia. Not just seafarer, but might be some other situations, such as traveling on the railroads, traveling by plane, and space travel, because we understand that not all cosmonauts have their medical degree, and at some point they have to do some medical manipulations. But legally, this issue has not been resolved. In Igor's report, there was some interesting piece of information about first aid kit, medical care kit, and I will support the need of creating of such document that would prescribe what and in what amount should be. I am a part of work group, but my position for such a list, but my position is that since we're only allowed to have first aid according to federal law 323 and 477, and they have direct description of what first aid presupposes, but that is a medical kit that has very strong pharmaceutical substances, antibiotics, and such substances are suggested to be used by someone who is not a doctor. And first, we need to figure out what will be the scope of obligations or of what is permitted to that seafarer who has a right to use it. Otherwise, I don't really understand how it will work. And even our seafarers are not sure what to do with such things. And of course it is interesting for them how to stop the bleeding, and when they train for their first aid, they do CPR of the dummy, they do it quite diligently, but they are even not sure how to make injections. And of course they need such certificates in order to be able to travel, to work on board. But when it comes up to not first aid, but medical care, then some troubles happen with that. It's challenging in legal and not legal terms. So the convention states that each seafarer needs to have certain certificates. There exists plenty of professional certificates of aptitude and so on, but also a certificate of first aid training. It concerns all seafarers, not just specific positions, but all of them. At the same time, there should be one crew member on board who is in charge of first aid officially. First aid is a part of a basic training. Yeah, since even in English it's first medical aid, and it's basic module 1, as we call it, or level 1. Well, we can agree to that, although it might be a little bit broader item than that. So it is contained in the code A6/1-3, and this should be included into the courses. Recommended model courses are 113 elementary first aid, and 114 and 115. If we had our own courses and not international, of course we wouldn't have used the international model courses. We would have used our own standards, and we would have issued our own certificates and so on. As you see, the convention does not specify which exactly courses need to be used. It's a recommendation of courses that might help. Most important is that it complies with the safety regulations for the seafarers. Just like Ilona Denisenko demonstrated us in her book, we hope that there will be a new manual about the list of first aid kit or medical kit. But some changes was something that I really support, such as rapid tests, screening kits. One of them is a marker of cardiovascular fibers, and it demonstrates if there is a cardiovascular problem. This is a great thing. But in any case, you see in the columns over here, it states the sphere of competency, skills, column 3, methods of demonstration, and 4th, criteria. This table doesn't really contain at this point anything too much complicated. Maybe only the one thing is just trying to take measures to treat the shock. Well, that might be something like stop the bleeding or some other anti-shock measures, but this is still questionable, a bit questionable. The next one, A-6/4, presupposes minimal requirements, and this standard as you can see, is more extended, such as pharmaceutical knowledge, sterilization, medical care of victims of incidents, and so on and so forth. A table of competence of medical care is seems to be something for a hospital-based. Of course, we understand that stitching and wounds is something that you can do, but number 9 is about the, and I'm being a surgeon, me being a surgeon, it says that a seafarer should be able to relieve sharp pain in the abdomen. I think that is not something that a seafarer should do. It is a very critical condition, might be not good in terms of consequences. Also, it says number 10, small minor surgical operations. And it also say that this person who does that should receive practical experience in that is received in a hospital or in a similar place. So I might only imagine what the doctors would tell us if I bring my trainees to them to ask to get some experience. And even here, it goes more vaccination, even obstetricians, and a lot of medical skills. And I only have training, first aid training course for the crew members according to our programs of the elementary first aid. The competencies include only 15 hours of training. It takes around 2 to 3 days. Elementary first aid only for that amount of time, and most questions are reviewed generally, in not exactly in depth. Because if we have a question of a person lost consciousness, only 1 hour, it's of course not enough. About the first medical aid, it's a little longer course that lasts around 30 hours, and we split these 30 hours to our seafarers. It's of course not enough, but in theory we gave them, we try to provide the training. Then they have also practical training using simulators, and continue. The medical care has 45 hours scope, and of course it's also not enough in order to provide all possible situations and solutions. Nevertheless, our seafarers, they get training according to such courses, and we state whether they have medical care, first medical aid, or elementary first aid, which allows them to perform such functions on board. But we understand that it's not in line with the current Russian legislation, and that might get them in trouble if they do something not according to the allowed procedures. If they do something beyond what they're allowed to, they might experience legal issues. Even if they know what to do, but it's not allowed, they will be very reluctant to do it. So questions that I feel are presenting issues is, of course, number one, our first issue is that first aid training or medical care training should not happen using only simulators somewhere on board. There should be a trained medical professional who instructs them. Also, the first aid training should not be only be used according to the STCW, and our conventions are not in line with STCW. Also, the certificates have no legal force in Russian Federation. Now, professional training of a ship doctor or maritime doctor is not possible. It's not being provided anywhere right now, which is we're fighting against. We wanted such specializations to come back to our medical training programs. Anyways, there should be a person who is able to provide medical assistance, have all the necessary permissions and permits, maybe a paramedic or a medic. So a person who wouldn't get in legal trouble, wouldn't get in jail after administering first aid. There was a maritime medicine center organized, and I think that not only should it be created, but also it should more power and more functions, since at this point we cannot find common solution. And if this center had organizational function to regulate with International Maritime Organization, Maritime Medical Organization, it will be easier to talk and to find legal solutions. In short, that's about it. And we're continuing our fight, or we continue to fight for the right thing, and many things and initiatives that we've been trying to implement have been successful. Thank you so much. Thank you for that vivid report and for your work as well. You've been a pioneer in many aspects, a fearless pioneer. We have to pay tribute to your attempts to solve and to be able to solve. Actually, you solved some of the unsolvable issues. A quick question. Today we've been talking about the crew members who are not medics and they have no rights to provide certain types of first aid, but do they understand that if a crew member who has a certificate and this person tries to save the life of a person and they fail, and we have a not so great result, what would be the consequences? Do they understand the consequences? Do the crew members understand the consequences of what might happen? Of course, legal consequences might happen. There is no legal practice, but even though I'm not a lawyer, I understand that you might be able legally to sue a person in case there were problems. When I was working on board, a person tried to hang himself, and I tried to resuscitate, and I didn't know that he hanged himself not 3 minutes, not 5 minutes ago. I tried to resuscitate him, and then they asked me, "Oh, why are there?" During trial, I was asked why all of his ribs are intact. Had you resuscitated him well enough, some ribs should have been broken. So yeah, that's the question that was set, and there should be some limits that are set. Right now, the limits are not quite clear and only being set on paper. And we are moving towards the end of our first day. And I will now give the floor to our next speaker, Mikhail Grigoriev, who was a moderator at our final session. And since our section is called Maritime and Offshore Medicine, and we've been discussing mostly maritime, diving deep in the maritime medicine, it's an honor and a joy to give the floor to the topic of the project for the mineral resources of the Arctic zone.
Dear colleagues, I will not take too much time for my report. So the tasks I was posing today, I will give you the overview of the maritime and offshore medical medicine and its status. We need to understand what is happening in our Palestinas. Why a person comes to the Arctic and tries to earn money there. So I will try to explain all this. So there are projects, and according to a particular project, we use a particular way of transportation. And if you look at this table, you will see that the numbers for the water transport, sea transport, 37 is sea transport, and the rest is river transport. So there are plenty of vessels traveling these days. There are 45 projects that are used, that use water transport for two purposes, either to deliver goods or to bring cargo, or both. Like Norilsk, they deliver and bring back the product, deliver products and deliver and bring it back. But there are some regions that are not that big. But nevertheless, they produce 9,000 tons of gold, for example, but the expenses that are required for the delivery of this product to the final port are quite high. We have one single transport, but we are developing the transportation system quite actively in Russia. These are the projects that are done at the expense of the maritime transport system. And it doesn't matter from what terminal does the vessel start traveling. I would like to pay your attention to the fact I would like to pay your attention to the following fact. The Northern Maritime Transport Corridor is from Murmansk to Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. If you look at this table, you will see that there are no single route that would end within this Northern Maritime route. This is the cross navigation. And please, this is the analysis made in 2022. So we do this analysis for every single route, for all the ships, with all their full characteristics and so on. I would like to pay your attention to two things. On the left, you see the percentage. 3 routes insured in 2022. They insured the transportation of 85% of all cargo. 9 routes insured 95%. The situation is quite interesting. Look at the left up top corner. You see the gray peak. This is where all the vessels accumulate. These are people. These are small amounts of cargo, but these are a lot of ships that are in more vulnerable conditions than bigger ships. On the left, there are 2 diagrams. At the bottom, you see the cargo flow and the ship flow at the top. So there is no growth, which means that the amount of cargo delivered is quite small. On the right, you see the characteristics of by month. There are Arctic class of vessels. There are Baltic class vessels on the top. They are summer, autumn navigation period. What is happening on the east? What is happening on the east? They say there will be a 20 year-round navigation. We have no experience working in this water area, so that is why this will not happen in the near future. So I'm not sure how will this happen in 2024, how this year-round navigation will be ensured. This is a question to me. For you to understand, if you look at the left column, this is this year, and you see what will it result to during this all-year navigation. Since December 5th, we do not transport oil there or petroleum products. Novatek is delivering condensate and liquefied natural gas. They bring it to Europe and Asia. Right now, we began bringing oil from Murmansk. Its flow is not limited. There were 2 vessels that we put to Ghana. And for us to change the market or to enter the new market, we need to develop new transportation schemes that will cover the northern route. But this is obvious. Right now, I would like to pay your attention to in 2011, and we signed, and it was put into effect in 2013. All 6 Arctic states, plus Sweden and Finland, joined this agreement. There is one phrase there: every country within its zone scope of responsibility bears So this is the division between the continental zone . But this is the belletristics. But let's consider the situation in more detail. And I will not tell you what is the ministry that is responsible for this. They have a different class. And look at the picture at the left bottom corner. On the right, you see the regions on the map, and Igor Vasilievich already mentioned this. Telemedicine is good, but if they go to northern or Arctic seas, then there are problems with obtaining the signal. The image that you see right now shows the availability of the access, the possibility of helicopter access. This means that on some part of the water area, you can still have access to medical services. But there are some areas that have no access, and it is impossible to reach them, to reach the ship in case of any emergency, medical emergency. There was in Hibin and Gulf Stream. By concluding, I would like to say that the situation is quite complex. First, the development of the Arctic navigation, including the development of the northern maritime route, forms challenges for medical services. There is no need to invest money into this project. We need to invest into other projects that will prove their efficiency and that will bring some positive results. And another important issue is that by assessing the situation in the Arctic, and you mentioned the problems that the seafarers face, I get surprised sometimes that Chinese vessels or some other country get into the Arctic Sea without any experience of navigating in the northern conditions, in low temperature conditions. This is another problem that can be considered at another conference in Tomsk, I think. Thank you for your attention. 14 minutes, 53 seconds. Thank you for being brief and clear at the same time. If you have any questions, please. We still have some time. Based on the situation that you described and explained regarding the monitoring of the projects, what we have been talking about today during the entire session, that we are missing certain things and we need to improve the other aspects. But I think we need to think more ahead in the future and understand what problems are the priority and what shall we tackle first. Because first we implement the project and then we try to understand what are the problems. I fully agree with you. I read that the Minister of Mindal Vostok finally told Interfax that we don't have enough cargo vessels. The papers for the former minister, we wrote this in our appeal to the Minister of Rosatom. The KPI of an authority and the real situation are two different things. There are projects of Rosneft, coal projects moving to the right direction. This is the first objective reality. The second thing are the vessels themselves. According to the legislation, they shall be Russian ships traveling along particular routes and so on. So approximately these 1,500 vessels, and you as a former military person, you understand how difficult it is to train personnel for proper operation in the atomic vessel. And then there is a question how to do it. We need to focus a lot on the training of seafarers. There is a need for additional training because 30 years is not enough. This is nothing. I have an impression of some game, some funny situation. The situation is quite obvious, and we are focusing on this winter navigation. We are not able to when we were the agreement of 2013 tells us that we need to ensure the accident-free operation of the vessels in winter conditions, but this is impossible, and it will be impossible to create this fleet. And the training of this consolidated opinion and Sergei, this is a very important aspect because this is the brick that forms the whole wall, and some of the Navy workers, they don't understand what are the differences, but this is a very important aspect. Thank you very much. This is, I'm pleased that you but nevertheless, how much time do we need? Dear colleagues, if you have questions to exchange opinions, final words,
and share your impression about what we heard about today, maybe some suggestions for the future. It seems to me that I heard today the most joyful phrase, that is common sense. This is very important. I heard the phrase common sense. I have many questions, and every time when we discuss them, I'm getting even more questions, and I don't think we came any closer to answering all of them, but I'm seeing sometime in the future that it will be something that we improve with our mutual efforts. And I'm very excited that international communication is continuing, and I'm glad that this new manual that I demonstrated to you says also Russia, even though it has been published, it was published after February 2022, and this is also a great thing. Also, from what I heard, we need a working group for many aspects, for many situations where experts, people who actually know something and can gather together and discuss each and every chapter, so that then we could create good products for the safety and health of our seafarers. Thank you. I'm a grand fan of working groups. I would like to be a Guinness Book record holder. I'm a working group member of 2 ministries. Working group is a great thing, but what's important is that there should be a federal ministry or federal bureau acting that actually needs it and longs for the decisions of this working group. So you're absolutely right, the goals need to be set and defined. It needs to be comprehensive analysis done by several persons on how to secure safety on boards. Can we at least comprehensively provide remote health care? What can we do? What are the challenges? What is our vision? Yesterday, I've been sitting with Sergey here, with Sergey Antipov, and we were discussing that exact situation on where to turn to, what medical institutions to turn to. And thanks to such projects that the Arctic Hectare and so on, we also get micro projects that start doing something. These are the people who have no idea what's going on, they have no experience, and not even persons from the north. What do we do with them? If we make this crosscut of the stakeholders in the Arctic zone, what do we see? What situation is there? And securing the population there, it's a very challenging task. Healthcare system is a cementing foundation for the population. And I have a summer house, I have a village house in the Leningrad region, not far from St. Petersburg. And when I get far from St. Petersburg, I really feel it that this is where remote healthcare needs to be introduced. Remote as it can be, and the reports today, the speakers today, have been absolutely marvelous, and I think that yes, we need to provoke or to scare them at the government that this is something that needs to be done. Then we'll demand this working group. They will pull this from us. We need to think, how do we manage it? Through a committee on northern issues. So, and this stage, I think we need to scare them. I also see one of our speakers is talking and working, so we wouldn't be bothering him, but I support the idea to scare the government with otherwise, if we don't do it, otherwise there will be this unexpected emergency issue that we don't know what to do about. So something that had to be done yesterday, and we don't want it to come unexpected. It's in Russian, it's called fright Hancock. That being said, I would like to thank all the speakers today for gathering here, for your reports that were so great and informative and interesting. I learned so much new today, and I would like to thank all of our viewers and listeners, everyone who is here with us in the room and everyone who is listening to us online. I hope it has been quite informative for you and interesting for you, and I hope that all of our listeners who are several hundred as far as I know. So I'm hoping that you wouldn't stop our communication here, and you have all the contacts. You have a chance to share your ideas. You have you have all the opportunities to share your suggestions, ideas about how do we tackle those problems. And by all means, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, since this section came through well enough and we didn't have many technical issues. Unfortunately, we haven't seen one of the speakers, but still, I would like to thank our technical team there and organizers. So, good health to everyone, and I hope you will stay